What if a quiet exodus was unfolding right under the world's nose? Imagine train stations littered with tiny suitcases and one-way tickets, silent witnesses to a mass departure that's reshaping an entire nation. For years, thousands from Belarus have been slipping away, choosing uncertainty over life under an oppressive regime. But why now? And what does this mean for the future of a country tethered to powers that many of its people no longer trust? In the last 4 years alone, nearly 1 million Belarusians have left for new lives, mostly within the European Union. In 2024, official European figures showed 175,000 people granted new residence permits, each number telling a story of escape. Meanwhile, Polish border guards recorded over 5,000 attempts in a single month to cross illegally from Belarus, with 5,200 such attempts in just one August. These numbers aren't anomalies, they describe a tide turning. Belarusians are not just fleeing for jobs or better pay, they are casting a powerful political vote with their footsteps. While the country's leadership leans heavily towards Moscow and Beijing, the heartbeat of its society beats in a different direction, toward the gates of Schengen. Fear, war, and economic hardship top the list of reasons pushing people out. At the center of this unfolding drama is Lysenko, repeatedly pledging loyalty to Putin, a stance that now carries a staggering price, a mass exodus nearing 1 million souls. The trend is unmistakable when traced over recent years. In 2021, 149,000 Belarusians secured first-time residence permits in the EU. A jump to 309,000 came in 2022. Amplified by shocks from the war and economic turmoil. The next year held steady with 281,000, cementing this flow as a continuous stream rather than a temporary surge. Numbers dipped slightly in 2024 to 175,000, and by early 2025, about 80,000 more had moved west, pushing the total close to 1 million people over 4.5 years. This staggering figure includes only those recorded in Europe. The many who head for other destinations, Georgia, Armenia, North America, remain uncounted. Not every departure marks a permanent goodbye, but the cumulative loss impacts Belarus's workforce profoundly. Labor drains away, along with tax revenues and the social fabric that once held the country together. Why are so many risking the unknown? The answer lies buried under layers of repression that have tightened since 2020: mass arrests, relentless prosecutions, and sweeping laws that criminalize opposition voices. Civil groups have vanished or gone underground. Independent media operate from exile or vanish entirely. The political space shrinks, while the daily dangers grow. A new norm thrives, one where bureaucratic punishments come swiftly and unexpectedly, crushing dissent before it can breathe. Those who stay learn silent resistance. Those who leave resist by escaping. Their reason? Security. Predictability. A chance to breathe without fear. Journalists expelled from Belarus find refuge in Warsaw, Vilnius, and Berlin, shifting what was once muted unrest inside the country into echoes across Europe. The war in Ukraine intensified this rupture. Belarus's territory is now a launching pad for Russian troops, dragging the country deeper into conflict. Rumors of nuclear weapons deployment raise fears that Belarus could become a direct target. Many whisper quietly, desperate not to be swallowed by a war not of their making, "We do not want to be part of this fight." In the kitchen corners of homes, away from official broadcasts shouting war slogans, families fret. Fathers calculate the chances of forced military service. Mothers weigh their chances to work or study. Elders seek stable healthcare and medicine. The pressing question echoes: where will we wake up tomorrow? If the answer is uncertain or grim, the border crossing becomes the only escape. The departure of nearly 1 million people is more than numbers. It is a profound transformation, a silent upheaval shaking the roots of Belarus's society, signaling a shift that no official pledge can stop. The question now looms: how long can a regime resist when its own people are voting with their feet? As tensions mount in Belarus, the country stands on the brink of chaos. Fuel pipelines are collapsing one after another, revealing a fragile state that was once thought stable. Just weeks apart, devastating hits to the Duja pipeline, symbolizing friendship, have run pumps dry and frayed national nerves. Mid-August brought an assault on Russia's primary pumping station in the Bansk corridor, and by early September, another line fueling Belarus came under attack. The implications go far beyond mere fuel shortages, severely shaking the very foundations of politics, the economy, and societal trust in the regime of Alexander Lukashenko. This government, heavily reliant on Russian energy since the Soviet Union's demise, sees its grip slipping as Ukraine systematically targets its oil supplies. Now, Lukashenko finds himself between a rock and a hard place: continue alienating his people while clinging to ties with Moscow, or risk Putin's wrath by seeking new energy partners. Will these disruptions finally sever ties between the government and the populace? Let's rewind to August 13, 2025. Early morn, the Unicha pumping station in the Bryansk region of Russia is rocked by an assault from unmanned drones, striking at the heart of Druba, the vital artery funneling crude oil into Belarus. This assault creates ripples, disrupting pipeline flow southward into Europe. In Central Europe, refineries grapple with dwindling supplies, struggling to maintain normal operations amid low flow rates. That day, satellite imagery captures ominous flames erupting from one of the main stations, signaling a crisis far deeper than mechanical issues. This series of events paints a dire portrait of urgency. The situation is critical. How did Belarus, once seemingly stable, become ensnared in such dire straits? Stay tuned as the shockwaves ripple through society, threatening to explode in ways nobody could have anticipated. Previously, we saw how fires at key pipeline stations sent shockwaves through Europe's energy supply. Central European refineries struggled, and doubts about the pipeline's reliability began to spread like wildfire. But this was only the beginning. On August 19, news broke that oil shipments to Europe had completely halted. Though the flow returned briefly, trust in the system was shaken deeply. Then, on September 7, another devastating strike hit a vital substation feeding the Belarus-Russia pipeline. This was no accident. The pattern was clear: these disruptions were deliberate and systematic. Belarus depends heavily on Russian crude oil, processed mainly at two refineries, Moser and Naftin. But here's the catch: the crucial entry points for this oil aren't even on Belarusian soil. Instead, they lie deep inside Russia's Bryansk corridor, where the pumping stations and compressor networks control the flow. The valve that governs Belarus's energy fate isn't in Minsk, it's hundreds of kilometers away, beyond the country's reach. Theoretically, the pipeline system has backups, alternative routes, reserve pump stations, and storage facilities. But in reality, these backups are fragile. When the main nodes are attacked, the backups kick in, but at a slower pace and a much higher cost. As attacks grow more frequent, insurance premiums skyrocket. Freight charges and wait times swell. Belarus is trapped. It's a refining nation entirely reliant on a neighbor's valve. When a fire blazes at the pipeline's distant end, empty fuel pumps and endless queues are the inevitable fallout. Imagine the tense hum of engines idling at gas stations, the restless shuffling of anxious drivers, the sharp scent of gasoline mingling with hot asphalt under a heavy sky. Panic grips the streets as people scramble to fill their tanks wherever possible, driven by an instinct born of uncertainty: fill it up now, or risk running dry tomorrow. This surge in demand only lengthens waiting lines, turning routine refueling into a daily battle. Public transportation feels the strain next. City buses, taxis, and minibuses run less frequently. Rural delivery trucks cut their schedules, leaving communities isolated. The ripple effect spreads quickly. A simple stop at the pump becomes a vivid symbol of a nation under pressure. Belarus is now weathering the fiercest economic storm of its post-Soviet era. The regime in Minsk, long dependent on Russia for energy, is paying a steep price for this reliance. In the summer of 2025, the European Union's 18th package of sanctions tightened the noose, not just on Moscow, but also targeting Minsk's energy, banking, and foreign trade lifelines. The question hanging in the air is chilling: can Belarus survive this perfect storm, or will the system collapse from within? What happens when a country's lifeblood flows through a pipe controlled by rivals? And when that pipe bursts into flames, who really holds the power? The fuel crisis has exposed cracks not just in infrastructure, but in the very foundation of Belarus's stability. The next moves from Minsk will determine if it sinks into chaos or fights to reclaim control. Can a nation so deeply entangled in geopolitical webs find a way out, or is it destined to be trapped in this relentless vice? The answer remains unseen, but the consequences echo with every empty pump and every long, restless line. In the previous part, we saw how the public's desperate rush to fuel stations sparked long lines and scarce transportation options. The country's economic fibers were fraying, engulfed by a historic storm of hardship. Now, the question lingers, how does a regime so bound to a powerful ally pay the steep price for its dependence? The Lukashenko government leaned heavily on Russia for years, but every tie has its weight. In the summer of 2025, the European Union delivered its harshest economic blow yet. The 18th wave of sanctions not only aims at Moscow but strikes hard at Minsk's energy flows, banking arteries, and international trade. This isn't merely a sanction. It's an economic blockade designed to cut off vital lifelines. Picture the Nord Stream pipelines, financial channels, and smuggling fleets all targeted in one calculated strike. The goal, to cripple Moscow's war machine by choking its resources. But the backlash doesn't stop there. Belarus feels the shockwaves too, caught in a tightening noose. The regime's already fragile cash flow stutters and sinks as access to crucial banking networks is blocked. State banks face frozen assets. SWIFT payment systems, the bloodstream of international commerce, are suddenly severed. Minsk's public coffers, long filled by Russian loans and rock-bottom energy deals, now echo hollow. Export revenues, a critical source, face sharp decline as the invasion of Ukraine strips away Moscow's advantages. What was once a safety net now resembles economic suicide. Sanctions from the EU and G7 have closed many global doors on Belarusian products. Import costs spike wildly as powerful restrictions choke the flow of machinery and essential components needed for the country's industry. Feel the pinch. Prices rise relentlessly, inflation surges to levels unseen in 2 decades. The average citizen's daily life crumbles beneath the weight of rising costs and scarce goods. The streets whisper discontent. The markets hum with anxious murmurs. Who will survive this siege? Can Lukashenko's government hold fast while the walls tighten? Or will the pressure crack the regime's facade and unleash chaos? Tomorrow, we dive deeper into how everyday life shifts beneath the shadow of economic collapse, and why the flight from Belarus is reaching a fever pitch. Will history remember this as the moment a nation's fate tipped? The previous chapter revealed how Belarusians are hammered by soaring prices and a sinking currency, their daily struggles mounting beneath the weight of relentless inflation. Now, the data behind this mounting crisis comes into sharp focus. Imagine walking through crowded markets where every fruit, loaf, and carton of milk flaunts a price tag much higher than before. Official reports confirm, staple foods like meat, dairy, bread, and fresh vegetables have surged anywhere from 30 to 70% in price over the last year. This is no simple cost increase, it's a catastrophe for families already stretched thin. But it doesn't stop with food. Energy bills have shot up with the end of Russia's subsidized oil and gas. Heating homes, powering lights, catching a bus, all are now painfully more expensive. With costs like these climbing, the average Belarusian wage has lost over a quarter of its value in foreign currency in just 2 years. Imagine your paycheck shrinking while the price of a new car doubles nearly overnight. Electronic gadgets, once affordable luxuries, now command price hikes approaching 80%, putting mobile phones and computers out of reach for many. Everyday shopping transforms into a fierce game of survival, hours wasted hunting for the cheapest purchase. The air thickens with frustration, whispers of discontent swell into murmurs of anger toward a government that seems deaf to suffering. The Lukashenko administration clings to familiar tools of control, repression and propaganda, yet the mounting hardship is impossible to hide behind slogans or threats. Meanwhile, the financial world trembles under the strain. New waves of sanctions hammer Belarusian banks, choking their access to global payment channels. Cash withdrawals in foreign currencies are limited, and companies trying to trade internationally find themselves stuck in bureaucratic limbo, approval processes dragging on for weeks. For many small and medium businesses, this is a death sentence, forcing closure or systemic collapse. The relentless economic downturn creeps into every corner of life. Supply chains falter. Shops grow scarce and shrink their offerings. Streets once buzzing with commerce now echo silence, interrupted only by the weary shuffle of those who dare to venture out. What costs more, the price of silence or the risk of rebellion? As this financial storm tightens its grip, the question grows louder, sharper: how much longer can the Lukashenko regime hold on before everything unravels? The economic storm tightening its grip on Belarus is no accident. Banks have slammed limits on foreign currency withdrawals. International transfers now drag through approval processes lasting weeks, strangling companies engaged in foreign trade. Costs soar for importers and exporters alike. Some businesses buckle under the strain and shut their doors. This crushing pressure did not come from thin air. The Minsk government claims this chaos is a hybrid war, a shadow conflict waged by the West, to deflect blame onto external forces. But many Belarusians see a harsher truth. The root of their economic collapse lies deep within their own country's alliance. Belarus's unwavering support for Russia's war against Ukraine has plunged the nation into isolation. Trade partners vanish. Friendly hands retreat. The nation stands alone on the world stage, branded by its political choices. Meanwhile, the map of Eastern Europe is cast in ominous shadows. To the west, Poland hosts the massive NATO exercise called Żelazny Oba 25, translated as Iron Defender 25. Thousands of troops, hundreds of heavy vehicles, planes, and ships gather, moving in synchronized drills. To the east, the Russian-Belarusian Zapad 2025 exercise unfolds with equal intensity. These are no mere training events, they are a deliberate show of might, a high-stakes deterrent dance. Pause and consider: when two powerful blocs deploy such forces on the same week, a question burns: whose deterrence will hold stronger? The answer lies not in numbers alone. It resides in the flexibility of command, the integrity of airspace, the flawless rhythm of logistics, and the strict discipline preventing fatal misunderstandings. Look beyond the lines on that map. Poland is not just preparing for defense, it's becoming a silent titan in the region. 34,000 personnel. 600 heavy platforms, tanks, armored vehicles, aircraft, and warships, all operating under a unified command like never before. This scale and coordination mark one of the most ambitious military operations Poland has undertaken in years. The stakes have never been higher. But as these titans flex their muscles, Belarus's fragile economy continues to unravel. Can the Minsk regime survive the crushing blow of economic ruin while caught in the vice of escalating regional tension? Or will this carefully woven network of alliances and military shows tear the country apart from within? The answers will ripple through Eastern Europe's future, reshaping borders, loyalties, and lives. The battlefield now stretches far beyond weapons and soldiers. It is playing out in every handshake, every border control, every faltering transaction. Who will hold firm, and who will crumble? The numbers you hear aren't just statistics, they tell a story of a shifting balance of power. Imagine 34,000 troops lining up with 600 heavy machines ready to roll on Polish soil. But why does this matter so much? Because this isn't a routine troop rotation, it's a calculated message. Let's rewind to what's fueling this show of strength. Earlier, we saw how coordinated moves on land, air, and sea are woven under one command, making this operation one of the boldest in recent memory. Now, the star of this grand display is in the skies. For the first time, fifth-generation stealth fighters, the F-35s, are set to patrol Polish airspace continuously, starting in early September. This isn't just for show. Their mission is clear: to protect critical supply routes along the volatile eastern border and to stop any uninvited intrusions before they start. Picture these advanced jets cutting through the clouds with cutting-edge sensors, weaving a security net around the region like never before. And this isn't a short-term stunt. The mission, initially planned through December, sends a clear signal: deterrence here means staying power. It's a permanent shift in how air defense works on NATO's eastern edge. Imagine a puzzle: fifth-generation sensors, ground-to-air defenses, airborne early warning systems, all connected in real time, creating a seamless defensive shield. On the ground, this show of might is anchored by a critical logistics hub, the Powązk Depot. It's not just a storage site, it's a strategic launchpad prepared for a rapid armored brigade deployment. Imagine armored vehicles, tanks, and support equipment sitting ready, not packed away after drills, but staged for immediate action. This approach slashes response time dramatically. Instead of waiting for gear to be shipped and assembled, troops can fly straight to a ready battleground. This permanent posture is more than convenience, it's doctrine in action. It turns deterrence into persuasion by solving logistics ahead of time. It answers a crucial question buzzing in military circles: how fast can you move when the world demands it? As forces assemble and skies prepare to buzz with jet engines, one question hangs heavy in the air: will this transformation and readiness reshape the security landscape, or will it provoke an even fiercer response from those watching across the border? Previously, we saw how a rapid military exercise reduced reaction times. Troops and gear were ready to deploy instantly. Poland's stationed armored brigade isn't just for training, it's a strategic move. Pre-solved logistics turned simple deterrence into a calculated strategy of persuasion. Now, this armored mechanized force set to mobilize in September is sending a clear message: readiness at its peak. Across the border, the stage is set for the Zapad 2025 exercises. Officially, these joint drills are framed as defense-focused, with about 13,000 troops announced. Yet, past events warn us, actual numbers often surpass what's shared publicly. This year, there's a subtle but critical shift. The main activities have moved inside Belarus to ease political tensions. Why? To avoid accusations of threatening the Suwalki corridor by massing near the border. Both Minsk and Moscow stress that this move aims to prevent misunderstandings. But internal doesn't mean harmless. The exercises are designed for rapid deployment. Forces can shift inside or outside the border within hours. Recent troop movements reveal this intent. Early August saw trains loaded with heavy equipment rolling into Belarus. Photos circulated online, sparking speculation about the scale and intensity of preparations. Although officially called routine rotations, these movements are also rehearsals, troop routes, supply point setups, and area control drills gearing up for the September window. By the Baltic Sea, an eerie detail emerged: 2 cargo ships disguised as civilian tankers vanished suddenly from drone tracking near Gdynia. What are they hiding? A routine freeze, or the calm before an unseen storm? The question lingers as tensions quietly brew beneath the surface. Could these calculated deployments and covert maritime disappearances be the prelude to a swift escalation? The clock is ticking, and every move hints that what we see is just the opening act. What lies beyond the border lines, and beneath the waves, may change everything. Let's revisit the scene from the previous chapter. Russia's Kaliningrad Defense Command had to pull back key coastal missile batteries. Stockpiles of slower but shorter-range Polash containers were amassed along the pier. Electronic jamming antennas were cranked up to 4 times their usual output. These moves made Russian signals more visible in the city's conductive infrastructure, essentially lighting a beacon for the passive sensor-driven havoc swarms to home in on. NATO wasn't just playing naval chess, it was launching a new kind of assault, an AI-powered, scalable strike grid afloat, trading traditional warship brawn for swarms of autonomous vessels. Now here's the twist few expected: this isn't merely a Baltic affair. The U.S. Navy has learned from Poland's experiments with the Havoc vessels and is rapidly adjusting its own game plan across the Pacific. Forget spending billions trying to match China's looming Type 055 destroyers, or Russia's sleek Gorskov frigates. The new strategy is to overwhelm through numbers, an ocean of swarming autonomous craft equipped with rockets, electronic warfare gear, and long-range fuel supplies. Think thousands of tiny harbingers saturating enemy sensors, programmed to slip through defenses that were never designed to handle such relentless pressure. Poland's license to assemble Havoc parts has sparked a lucrative new supply chain, echoing the semi-domestic production lines that once powered Ukraine's sea defenses. The logistics are evolving swiftly: pods of lightweight vessels like the Solite, a Latvian creation set to begin trials soon, will multiply these autonomous waves. As these waves gather strength, Russia's defenses are forced to adapt, but each adaptation reveals new vulnerabilities. Visualize the misty Baltic horizon where a modest 15-meter carbon Kevlar Havoc slices quietly across the choppy waters. Its silhouette is small, almost unnoticeable against the gray sky. But beneath that calm surface lies a technological revolution, one that renders traditional naval dominance obsolete. Imagine the hum of electric motors, the faint metallic clink as containers shift, and the sudden crackle of electronic jamming antennae stretching their invisible tendrils through the cold, salt-laced air. The Pentagon's budget now swells to nearly $1 billion, a clear sign of commitment. Their goal? To ignite sensor saturation that turns elaborate A2 defense rings into overloaded, malfunctioning puzzles. The intelligence gathered from the Havoc program is already being wired into nodes near Guam, ready to link with coordinated swarm actions as far away as Taiwan, where the U.S. readies miniature USV attacks set to ripple through Sua Bay. What happens when a fleet of hundreds, even thousands, of tiny AI-driven vessels suddenly overloads the traditional naval defenses? Will the age of massive cruisers and destroyers give way to a flood of autonomous swarms that can't be stopped? And as the Baltic and Pacific theaters adapt to this new reality, which side will find itself caught unprepared, facing waves of invisible threats? The quiet revolution in naval warfare is underway, and no one sees it coming until it's too late. In a world where subterfuge and strategy run deep, a covert war unfolds in the waters of the Baltic Sea. The debut of a revolutionary vessel, the Havoc, disrupts the balance of power. Looking like a mere ripple on the horizon, this 15-meter carbon Kevlar hull threatens to destabilize entire regional dynamics. As Moscow grapples with the ramifications of a potent corridor emerging from Kaliningrad, the implications extend toward Beijing too, forcing a re-evaluation of military expenditures in the South China Sea. Meanwhile, Kim Jong-un can't afford to lag behind, hastily redesigning his unmanned vehicles, ensuring his grip on power remains intact. The financial stakes are staggering. With each Havoc costing a mere $2.4 million to build, the operational expense for a single mission, including munitions and control, sits at $32,000. In stark contrast, the defensive capabilities of Russia's Pantsir M missile batteries come with a price tag of $15 million each, alongside daily operational costs of $210,000. The numbers create a striking asymmetric cost ratio, a staggering 7-to-1. This reality underscores a monumental shift in military strategy, as innovative concepts employed by Poland, inspired by Ukraine's resilience, spark a new era of calculated maneuvers over traditional naval warfare. The influence of the U.S. Navy's unmanned surface fleet strategy cannot be understated. This approach expands on the lessons learned from the Baltic, envisioning an 85-meter guided rocket carrier for deep-water patrol. Boasting an advanced autonomous system mimicking the capabilities of a 32-cell 41 Malawian Quachas missile launcher, it offers both a defensive and offensive edge. A medium-sized unmanned vessel, meant for supply and sensor tasks, weighs in with a hull displacement of roughly 600 tons, ready to track and counter China's coastal defenses. How will Moscow respond to this rapidly evolving battlefield of economics and technology? Will Beijing adapt quickly enough to avoid being outmaneuvered in troubling waters? And in the shadows of this maritime chess game, what strategies lie in wait, ready to unveil the next chapter of maritime dominance? The stage is set, and the stakes could not be higher. The clash for supremacy at sea is just beginning. In a world teetering on the edge of chaos, the Lithuanian Ministry of Defense has made a bold decision. They've advanced the acquisition of advanced, naval strike missile batteries from Norway, moving the timeline from 2027 to 2025. This pivotal move is a direct response to the Havoc swarm, an innovative system transforming Russian T-72 chassis coastal missile platforms into idle targets that remain vulnerable to attack. How will this shift influence the balance of power in the region? In the shadows of this development, Estonia has been busy laying down a sophisticated underwater acoustic network along the Paliski-Tallinn route. This network will deliver crucial passive data to unmanned surface vessels, akin to the Havoc's capabilities. The implications are stark. The Russian Baltic fleet must now navigate with extreme caution. Relying on sluggish speeds and high radar outputs, the crews know that becoming a target is just a matter of time. First, they'll be vulnerable to intelligence gathering, and soon after, they face the onslaught of the Havoc swarm itself. Meanwhile, pressures at home have sent shockwaves through Russia's naval strategy. The Kremlin's plans for its Karakurd-M vessels have hit a dead end, as orders get cancelled at shipyards in Nikolaev and Primorsk. Resources are being diverted away from these projects to bolster the beleaguered Black Sea fleet, plagued by fears of the Storm's Shadow missiles' capabilities. This scramble effectively halts Russia's naval modernization ambition in the Baltic. As intelligence reports filter out of recent Pacific trials, new information about U.S. naval innovations raises eyebrows. The first 3 large unmanned surface vessels set to launch will reportedly retrofit old littoral combat ship designs, yet they will operate in a hybrid diesel-electric capacity. Even more striking, these vessels are set to integrate the Tomahawk Block VB anti-ship variant into their arsenal, allowing for pinpoint strikes on targets up to 1,900 kilometers away. What ramifications will this have on regional tensions? China is already on the move. In a rapid response, they've equipped their own indigenous mini-USV swarm, the Jerry, with an electromagnetic scanning shield, gearing up for trials in the southern naval region. However, the Jerry's warhead is limited to a 35-kilogram payload and a range of only 120 kilometers, far less than the Havoc. The stakes in this maritime chess game keep getting higher. Even in North Korea, the dynamics shift with the unveiling of the Habangan-1, a crude explosive vessel designed at Cheho shipyard. No GPS capabilities render it susceptible to jamming upon exit from its port, and yet, it still has a range of 80 kilometers. This proliferation of technology underscores the speed, low cost, and AI-driven advances dominating the maritime sphere. As these nations maneuver, one question remains: how will the Ukraine crisis transform the landscape, and who will seize the upper hand in this race for maritime dominance? What if the tides of power are shifting, not just on land but across the waters? Picture this: Norway's fjords are alive with the thrumming of a new era in naval warfare, where technology intertwines with strategy. There, the Hugin Endurance is adjusting its compass, while Russia fortifies its Kenrig defenses with advanced Panzer M systems, Palma units, and submarine sonar triangulation. Meanwhile, Poland takes a different approach, focusing solely on software updates. As the age-old rivalry continues to unfold, China's encirclement of Yulin with S-400-derived FD-2000 batteries has raised eyebrows across the globe, casting a shadow over the dynamic in the South China Sea. In response, the United States is ramping up the GPU capacity at its simulation line in the Arizona desert. Each passing month, the cost-effectiveness curve swings further against the trilateral axis of Russia, China, and Iran. The consequences are tangible. The Baltic region sees an 18% surge in fuel premiums along the Kaliningrad corridor. Moreover, China's ambition to enhance the Type 055B destroyer with a new anti-USV laser module has come at a steep price, bloating the budget by 7%. In an unexpected twist, Iran's effort to create a mini-USV defense perimeter in the Bandar Abbas region has been stymied by a shortage of foreign currency, a stark reminder of how interconnected this maritime game has become. While NATO's investment in naval defense remains in the double-digit billions, the pressure mounts. Revenues from Russian oil, surpluses from China, and Iran's reserve energy fund feel the strain of a larger seismic shift in the global power structure. Thus, Poland's decision to deploy the Havoc fleet in the Baltic Sea has triggered a regional response that has global implications. This subtle maneuvering reshapes how naval supremacy is measured. It's no longer merely about the number of vessels, but rather their operational effectiveness. As Moscow, Kaliningrad, Beijing, and Throne remain oblivious to these changes, the heavy reinforcements they are making to their port defenses tell a different story. It's a sign that a new narrative is emerging, one where high-speed, low-cost technology defines naval strategy for the next decade. A single frame from Poland's quiet yet potent initiative has already inscribed a new realm of deterrence that stretches from the fringes of the Baltic Sea to the vastness of the Pacific. As these nations grapple for dominance, the quest for supremacy has entered a whole new dimension, where algorithms may soon outweigh sheer firepower. Will the tides of history turn in favor of those who harness technology above all? The answers lie waiting in the depths of the ocean, ready to reshape the global balance of power once more. In the previous chapter, we discovered how the mutual sanctions regime has sealed off any hope of return. The education and health sectors in Kaliningrad are bleeding personnel, reaching a critical breaking point. Public mood is souring as the war drags on, fueling growing unrest and deep political shifts within the region. Now, imagine a place where an entire administration trembles under the weight of dwindling resources. The Kaliningrad regional government has sent a desperate plea to Moscow, begging for special incentives and, unbelievably, permission to tap into military logistics meant for civilian needs. This is not a small request. It is a stark signal that morale is crumbling beneath the surface. What happens when a government dependent on a tightly controlled supply chain has to cut corners to keep basic services alive? In a revealing survey from April 2025, the numbers tell a shocking story. 58% of locals want the conflict in Ukraine to end now. 2 years earlier, only 27% felt this way. The shift is dramatic, a population once resigned, now politicized and restless. Social channels like Königsberg's underground network thrive, quietly sharing everything from escape routes through Lithuania to tips on avoiding military draft. As suspicion of the Kremlin deepens, the region that once stood as Russia's untouchable, unsinkable aircraft carrier is cracking under pressure. The rusted gears of military strength creak louder as well. The Russian Defense Ministry's own report admits that by August 2024, 3 brigades under the Kaliningrad garrison had lost 35% of their combat capacity. Key fighting units from the 11th Army Corps were pulled into Ukraine's deadly front lines, shackling local defenses. Reinforcements trickled in, but these were mere shadows of their predecessors. Heavy armored vehicles, once numerous, are now vanishing fast. Take the 336th Marine Infantry Brigade, from 43 active BTR-82A armored carriers in 2021 to a mere 28 by 2025. The once feared armored force is dwindling before our eyes. And it's not just vehicles. Ammo stocks, especially for the Iskander-M tactical missile battalions, are perilously low, hovering around 60% capacity. With supply shipments delayed until 2026 due to relentless battles deeper in Ukraine, the cracks widen dangerously. Even fresh reserve units, hastily funneled from Kursk, are equipped only 60% with modern gear, forcing commanders to make do with outdated equipment. Behind the cold numbers lies a much hotter reality. What happens when the military backbone of a region weakens this fast? When frontline units are hollowed out and the troops left behind scramble to patch holes with second-rate gear? Kaliningrad, once a bastion of strength and stability, looks increasingly vulnerable. The future feels heavy with dread. Is this the beginning of a strategic collapse? Can a region tasked with defense and projection stand tall when its foundations crumble? The answers remain dangerously uncertain. The war is far from over, and what's happening in Kaliningrad could be an ominous harbinger of the battles yet to come. But what if the true cost of this decline is not just military? What if the unraveling here signals a wider social and political unraveling? Rippling far beyond the barracks and battlefields? The tension is rising. Will Moscow's grip on this crumbling fortress tighten or slip away? And what storm is gathering just beyond the horizon? Stay with us, because the next chapter will reveal unsettling truths about the fate of Kaliningrad and the forces shaping it. The military front near Kaliningrad looked bleak. Armored vehicles pulled from elite divisions were sent toward conflict zones, but only 60% of backup units arriving from neighboring regions had modern equipment. In parallel, Lithuania imposed strict new rules on transporting dual-use materials, halting the smooth flow of vital fuel additives and artillery propellants. This chokehold on supplies began to unravel what little stability remained. Now, nuclear-capable missile stocks at Kaliningrad, once a symbol of strength, were falling apart. NATO intelligence revealed that by early 2025, half of the Iskander-M missile systems stationed there were out of service. Neglect and a shortage of spare parts had crippled these weapons. Alongside this, the Baltic Fleet's destroyers suffered similar decay, transforming what was a formidable naval force into a hollow showpiece. Could this facade of power withstand the storm ahead? Meanwhile, Lithuania's Ministry of Defense delivered a chilling announcement. HIMARS missile batteries along the Suwalki corridor had gained an extended range exceeding 500 kilometers thanks to the new PRSM Block 1 munitions. This upgrade placed major Russian military hubs, the Baltisk Naval Base and the Cherniakovsk airfield, squarely in NATO's crosshairs. Imagine the tense silence before a storm that could unleash 96 precision-guided PRSM strikes within just 2 days from a dozen HIMARS launchers. Further shaking Kaliningrad's defenses. U.S. European Command War Games foresaw Poland's fleet of F-35 as delivering crippling standoff attacks with AGM-158 JASSMER missiles, capable of blinding critical Russian command centers from miles away. The image of Kaliningrad as an unsinkable aircraft carrier was unraveling fast, revealing gaping vulnerabilities few dared to admit. In response, France pledged a rapid reaction force during a 2025 exercise in Romania. A brigade of 15,000 troops ready to deploy within a month to the eastern flank, posing the frightening possibility of encircling Russian ground forces near Kaliningrad. A joint RAND-RUI study painted an even grimmer picture, with simultaneous NATO air and land pressure in a strategic gap known as Suwalki. The Kaliningrad garrison would be cut off from land reinforcements within 5 days. This assessment wasn't ignored. A Russian General Staff journal confirmed that Kaliningrad's defense backbone wasn't the city itself, but the fragile logistics chain running through Belarus. The vital railway artery crossing Lithuanian territory was the garrison's lifeline, and its Achilles heel. How long until this fragile thread snaps, and what chaos will follow? The clock was ticking. Every neglected missile, every stretched supply corridor, every silent launch pad chipped away at a once formidable fortress. The shadows of looming pressure from NATO forces closed in. And in this dangerous game, the truth was clear: Kaliningrad could no longer hold as an impregnable bastion. The real question was, when and how would it all shatter? The defense of Kaliningrad depends heavily on Belarusian logistics. A key transportation route runs through Lithuania's railways, crucial for supplying the Russian exclave. But since July 2024, Vilnius has enforced strict controls, requiring advance notification for anything labeled dual-use, items that serve both civilian and military purposes. This halted the steady flow of vital supplies destined for Kaliningrad, including fuel additives, propellant gases for artillery shells, and sensitive electronics, all now blocked or delayed by EU sanctions. In reaction, Moscow rushed a plan to create the propellant gas locally at a chemical plant. Yet, the facility is only about 30% complete, far from ready to replace imports. Shipping by sea seemed like an alternative, but Russia's Baltic fleet is trapped, squeezed by Finnish and Swedish cooperation with NATO. Civilian cargo ships suspected of carrying military equipment are constantly monitored from the skies and sea, throttling that supply channel as well. On the other side, NATO has been intensifying their presence since 2022 along the Poland-Lithuania border, right next to Kaliningrad. More than 12,000 troops are stationed there. Poland's 16th Mechanized Division alone boasts over 250 Leopard 2 tanks, ready and waiting. Lithuania is preparing permanent bases, with a French-led brigade constructing a command center and plans to deploy a battery of Caesar 155mm howitzers by 2025. Meanwhile, an American high artillery battalion arrived in 2024, equipped with missiles capable of hitting Kaliningrad's naval base in under a minute. This relentless buildup pressures Moscow into a defensive posture. Since early 2025, integrated air defenses, including S-400 missile systems around Kaliningrad, have been conducting full combat patrols 3 times a week. The stakes have never been higher. Who has the upper hand in this tense chess game? And can Moscow find a way to secure its supply lines when every route feels like a trap closing in? The countdown to crisis is ticking. To understand this, remember that Belarus plays an outsized role in Russia's military logistics. But as sanctions bite and routes narrow, even the most powerful alliances begin to show cracks. What happens if Moscow's pipeline runs dry, and its neighbors refuse to open their doors? This isn't just a story of missiles and tanks, it's a battle for survival, supply, and control beneath the surface. And the fight is only just beginning. Just recently, Kaliningrad was seen as Russia's crucial outpost on NATO's doorstep. But now, cracks are spreading beneath the surface. The region's strategic value is slipping away, turning it from a springboard into a burden Russia can hardly carry. What's really rattling Moscow isn't NATO's military drills near the Polish-Lithuanian border. It's the deep unrest brewing within Kaliningrad itself. Since late 2024, local records reveal an unexpected power struggle. A group of independent entrepreneurs proposed wresting control of the region's energy infrastructure away from Moscow. This move was quietly rejected by the Kremlin, but only with a simple stroke of a pen: no harsh crackdown, no loud denials. That silence speaks volumes. It signals a loosening grip from the central government, forced by skyrocketing military expenses and a shrinking regional economy. In 2023, Kaliningrad's economy shrank by 4.5%. Meanwhile, the national defense budget surged to a staggering 37% of total spending. Local businesses, once reliant on transport through the Minsk corridor, found themselves squeezed further when Lithuania hiked railway tariffs by 28%. This forced grain processors to reroute shipments first through Belarus, then directly to Poland. Official data labeled this shift as manipulation, but local media openly debated the consequences. A labor union survey in April 2025 laid bare the mood. 69% of workers believe Kremlin's Ukraine policy is wrecking Kaliningrad's prosperity, more than double the 2018 figure. What happens if this region's growing unrest becomes a domino that topples Russia's entire strategy? Will Moscow lose not just a province, but its foothold in the West? The stakes have never been higher. Could Kaliningrad's elite detach from Moscow completely? Could this fracture reshape the war itself? The tension is thick, like the cold Baltic fog rolling over the city's aging streets. The question now is, how long before this powder keg explodes? In the previous part, we uncovered soaring discontent in Kaliningrad, where nearly 70% of locals now blame Kremlin policies on Ukraine for wrecking their prosperity, a staggering jump from 33% in just 7 years. Meanwhile, wages barely kept pace with rising living costs, sparking a fresh wave of departures. Here's what's gripping the region next. Despite nominal pay raises in private enterprises, real wages in Kaliningrad dropped by 6% when adjusted for inflation measured by the Lithuania-Poland consumer basket. Imagine the frustration, prices climbing, but what you earn buys noticeably less every month. To make things worse, mobile network fees exploded by 25%, effectively cutting off many young people from affordable digital connectivity in their own homes. The impact was immediate and profound. A tide of ambitious youth packed their bags, seeking new horizons and digital freedom abroad. By late 2024, nearly 13,000 Kaliningrad residents had left on family reunification visas bound for Lithuania. Shockingly, this number eclipsed the flow of Belarusians using the same visa channel, underscoring a deeper regional crisis. The Kremlin, alarmed by this accelerating outflow, dusted off an old economic playbook, reintroducing free port incentives designed less to attract entrepreneurs and more to stop established logistics companies from fleeing. They dangled promises, waived customs duties, extra fuel subsidies, anything to keep the economic lifelines intact. But structural shocks in the global energy market daringly shattered these efforts. Subsidy costs ballooned beyond budget expectations, leaving the federal treasury gasping and the people feeling the squeeze tighter. The cumulative effect? Patience in Kaliningrad with the Putin regime wore thinner by the day, as young professionals streamed out toward bustling startup hubs in Tallinn, thriving port economies around Gdansk, or Germany's booming service industries in Berlin. Official statistics confirmed what many felt in their bones. By early 2025, the region's population dropped by 37,000, the sharpest decline since Soviet times. That figure wasn't a minor blip but a red warning flashing across the Kremlin screens. In a seemingly desperate counter, Moscow announced plans to boost its Baltic fleet with 2 Yuzhny-class nuclear submarines, ominously nicknamed the Baltic Twins, slated for delivery by early 2026. These were meant as symbols of strength, a show of power amid shrinking influence. But fate had a cruel twist. Delays at St. Petersburg shipyards and slashed funding pushed the delivery back all the way to 2027. The timing couldn't have been more ironic. Just as NATO formally welcomed Stockholm and Helsinki into its ranks, Russian social media erupted with savage jabs. By the time the twins finally arrived, there might be no sea left to sail. The image of rusting submarines waiting in harbor while the neighbors inched closer stung sharply. So, what does this mean for a region caught between economic despair and military posturing? Can empty promises and postponed weapons mask a deeper unraveling? The clock is ticking. And Kaliningrad's fate hangs by a fragile thread, one that could snap under pressure. What happens next? Will the Kremlin's maneuvers be enough to stem the flood, or is Kaliningrad slowly slipping through the cracks of history? The answer lies beneath the surface, waiting to explode. The Kremlin is cornered. Its grip on the strategic city of Kaliningrad is slipping as NATO closes in, not with tanks, but through economic pressure and psychological warfare. State TV threatens nuclear power, hinting at tactical weapons stored nearby. Yet experts warn these depots are outdated, riddled with weaknesses that even international observers question. Is this bluff or reality? The stakes are higher than ever. NATO's plan isn't a direct clash spilling blood on the ground. Instead, it's a slow chokehold, cutting supplies, breaking alliances, and turning locals against Moscow's rule. Once a powerful outpost, Kaliningrad is now a costly liability, struggling to stay loyal amid the chaos unleashed by the war in Ukraine. Imagine the cold Baltic wind slicing through the streets of Kaliningrad. Shops whisper about spare parts sourced from Polish suppliers, while the once mighty shipyards now scrape by with borrowed resources. The city's soul is fracturing, mirroring Moscow's waning control. The locals' doubt breathes a silent rebellion, a fracture that no armies can easily repair. Behind closed doors, Russian leaders face a haunting question: what if Kaliningrad slips from their grasp? According to a recent U.S. European Command report, Poland, Lithuania, Germany, and the United States are ready, poised as a unified force just beyond the horizon. This looming alliance is more than military might. It's a psychological siege aimed at turning Moscow's prized enclave into an untouchable prize slipping through its fingers. Can Moscow reclaim trust when its own people have turned away? The answer will shape the future of this frozen frontline. And as the Baltic skies darken with uncertainty, the next move could decide a fate far beyond borders. Will Kaliningrad hold? Or is this the beginning of the end for Moscow's outpost? The countdown has begun. Previously, we saw how sanctions are choking the financial arteries of critical facilities in the region. Key payments to the Kaliningrad oil refinery have been severed, forcing the shutdown of pipelines near fragile ecosystems like the Mazury Lake district. This financial strangulation risks far more than just infrastructure. It threatens an ecological disaster lurking beneath bureaucratic battles. Now, a new layer of tension emerges, far from the quiet pipeline closures. Military moves are escalating. NATO is deploying Patriot PAC-3 MSE batteries in Poland's Sulky area. These will work hand-in-hand with the powerful Aegis ashore radar system. This setup spells constant vigilance over the skies of the Baltic region. At the same moment, American F-35A jets, taking on the electronic warfare role called Wild Weasel, will actively jam enemy radar. In effect, this drastically diminishes the Russian Air Force's ability to launch a swift counterattack. With this growing threat, Moscow's usual retort is chilling, the looming possibility of deploying operational tactical nuclear weapons. But a stark reality check unfolds beneath this dangerous gambit. Simulations show that if such an escalation happens, European markets could hemorrhage $3.1 trillion within just days. Russia itself wouldn't escape unscathed, losing roughly 20% of its crucial financial flows in a week. This nuclear threat is not merely a political bluff, it risks becoming a self-destructive act. Even public opinion is shifting. A sociology survey in Kaliningrad reveals a sharp drop in those who see nuclear weapon use as acceptable during high-intensity conflicts. Only 14% now find it justifiable. The once effective Kremlin strategy of blackmail through nuclear shadows is losing its grip in this region. Amidst these high-stakes military tensions, on the ground, the logistical chaos grows worse by the day. The Baltic Stevedore Company, responsible for container loading at Kaliningrad's port, slashed its workforce by 22% in the second quarter of 2025. Idle equipment gathers dust in warehouses as ships wait longer to move goods. Many of these former port workers aren't just unemployed, they are fleeing towards Berlin and Gdansk. This migration is shifting more than population numbers, it's unraveling the delicate balance of regional economic power. Russia's social contract in this area depended on a fragile equation: heavy military spending plus duty-free trade equals calm stability. But with EU sanctions dismantling duty-free advantages and military budgets insufficient to uphold order, this formula is collapsing. The inevitable question looms: as the pillars fall, what will rise from the rubble? Let's revisit the unfolding crisis gripping the Baltic corridor. Previously, we saw how the airspace over the oblast became a locked cage thanks to a high-tech shield of integrated SM-6 missiles deployed from surface ships. This suffocating aerial blockade essentially confines the Baltic fleet to port, unable to break free. On land, vital supply chains are shattered, casting doubt on Moscow's grip over this key region. Now, Moscow's attempt to counter European pressure throws up new challenges. After the EU hiked rail transit tariffs by half, the Kremlin pivoted attention to the Baltic Bridge container route. But here, a hidden trap emerged. At the port terminals of Ryazan, insurance costs surged steeply as war risk premiums skyrocketed. This shock wave rippled through the entire St. Petersburg to Kaliningrad route, sending freight charges soaring, doubling almost overnight. The consequences hit home in the oblast's warehouses. Storage expenses ballooned. The cost of keeping goods on shelves tripled compared to official inflation figures. Imagine ordinary shelves groaning under the pressure of unseen price hikes, as local consumers fight rising costs they cannot escape. Yet, the economic strain is only part of the story. A deeper fracture runs through the social and political fabric of the region. A striking study by Vilnius University and a Warsaw-based think tank revealed that nearly half, 41%, of young adults in Kaliningrad would openly refuse a conscription order echoing Ukraine's wartime mobilization. Just a year earlier, that number was less than half at 19%. This surge in defiance shreds the Kremlin's hopes of wielding the oblast as a tool of intimidation against its own people, and NATO. On the ground, this loss of loyalty manifests painfully. The once prized 336th Marine Infantry Regiment suffers severe manpower shortages. The so-called counter-amphibious brigade stands crippled, more myth than force, lacking offensive capability beyond the shoreline. What remains is a fleet stranded in place, defenseless except to guard its port walls. Adding to the complexity, Lithuania has transformed bridges spanning the Neman River into nearly impenetrable barricades. Armed with dragon's teeth concrete blocks and mines, these fortifications block all but one land route for Russian logistics coming through Belarus. But this last lifeline is fraying. Fuel shortages plague the supply lines. Diesel and spare parts vanish almost as fast as the cash flow dries up in Moscow's faltering economy. Every desperate move Minsk makes to keep transport alive piles new financial burdens onto the Kremlin's already strained budget. So here lies a bleak trap. As Minsk scrambles to dodge a blockade, it only digs itself deeper into debt. Each step forward tightens the noose of economic suffocation. Will Moscow find a way out, or is this carefully choreographed collapse the new normal for the region? The unfolding drama could reshape the future of Eastern Europe forever, if anyone can withstand the pressure. What happens when a mighty fleet is locked in dry dock? When trucks run on empty and wallets are empty too? The answer lies just beyond the horizon, where the brittle thread of loyalty snaps, and the once invincible starts to unravel. The only available land route from Belarus is becoming a critical vulnerability. Diesel fuel shortages and a lack of spare parts mirror Moscow's worsening cash crisis. Every move Minsk makes to dodge a blockade adds more financial strain on the Kremlin. This squeeze is slowly eroding Russia's grip on the Baltic region, where Kaliningrad stands as a glaring symbol of this decline. If Kyiv's military pressure and NATO's diplomatic encirclement persist, Moscow's so-called unsinkable aircraft carrier in Kaliningrad could slip away within months. Now, let's shift to the international legal battlefield. France's rapid deployment plan, along with the military corridor stretching through Poland, Lithuania, and Germany, sends a clear signal: NATO is ready to flood the region with reinforcements if tensions escalate. Meanwhile, Moscow keeps its nuclear threats over Kaliningrad in the shadows. But this threat carries a dangerous price, triggering a $3 trillion market shock and a strategic disaster no ally, not even China, would back. As a result, Russia's diplomatic power is steadily fading. Look at the bigger picture: Kaliningrad is trapped. Economic lifelines are choked off. Supply routes are severed. Young people are losing faith in Moscow's leadership. The technological edge once held over Baltic skies is slipping. Each month, this strategic burden grows heavier for Moscow. Eventually, it will reach a breaking point. Two paths lie ahead. 1. Moscow scales back its military presence, avoiding open conflict with NATO. Kaliningrad becomes a semi-autonomous, low-intensity zone, hanging in limbo. Or 2. Moscow takes a more aggressive stance, trying to carve a land corridor through the Suwalki Gap. But this would trigger NATO's Article 5, an instant military response leading to devastating defeat and brutal sanctions. Either way, the people of Kaliningrad face a harsh new reality. The promised fortress of prosperity is crumbling. For the first time since World War II, their future looks less tied to Moscow and more connected to the West. The domino effect of the war in Ukraine is clear: with every passing day, Russia loses ground on the battlefield, and its influence fades with it. So, what will happen next? Will Moscow retreat and lose Kaliningrad quietly? Or will it ignite a conflict that could change Europe's fate forever? The clock is ticking. The last chapter revealed how the war in Ukraine is reshaping security and economics, dragging the region away from the Kremlin's shadow and edging it toward the West for the first time since World War II. Russia has been steadily losing ground, both militarily and strategically. Now, this shift is hitting its most vulnerable point in the Baltic, as the grand fortress of Kaliningrad begins to crumble. Imagine Kaliningrad, a heavily fortified Russian exclave, a symbol of Moscow's grip on the West, slowly losing its grip. This place, once touted as Putin's impenetrable aircraft carrier on the Baltic Sea, teeters on the brink of slipping away. Will Moscow voluntarily let it go? Or will it become isolated, cut off from both allies and influence? This is no fantasy. The residents themselves are tearing away from Russia, their trust shattered like glass along the sharp edge of the Lithuanian border, like dragon's teeth creating a barrier that feels more real and fierce with every passing day. Kaliningrad is turning into Moscow's weakest link, the strategic loss that might finally mark the end of the Kremlin's Western ambitions. But the puzzle pieces don't stop there. NATO steps into the spotlight with escalating fury. Picture a relentless storm of missiles and drones, Russian strikes raining across cities, shaking the very ground beneath terrified citizens. One recent attack hit a U.S. electronics factory deep inside western Ukraine, igniting outrage throughout Europe and America. The message was crystal clear: Russia's aggression must be stopped. In response, the United States brought its most advanced fighter jets, the F-35, into the fray. Their mission? To defend Ukraine and Eastern Europe from the constant barrage of Russian drones and missiles. But Europe wanted more. European powers pressed the U.S. to station these cutting-edge jets in Romania, a key player on the Black Sea coast, just a stone's throw from Ukraine's border, a front line of rapid NATO buildup. Romania's strategic position makes it ideal, not for sending ground troops, but as a launchpad for air defense and rapid response, an aerial shield against Russia's next moves. Airfields across Romania are hastily prepared for this new chapter, signaling a shift from diplomacy to deterrence. These jets are not just machines, they are a clear warning: the skies above Eastern Europe will no longer be open targets. Yet, beneath all this military posturing and political chess, a deeper question lingers: how long can this fragile balance hold? When will these tensions erupt into something irreversible? Is Kaliningrad's fading grip just the beginning of Moscow's unraveling? The answers hang in the smoky air of conflict, poised on a razor's edge. As missiles roar overhead and jets cut through clouded skies, the game is clear: survival, influence, and tomorrow's map of Europe are at stake. Will the Kremlin retreat quietly, or will it lash out before it loses everything? The coming days may reveal how fragile power truly is when the stakes are this high. The plan to bolster security in Eastern Europe is unfolding in a surprising way. Romania, not Western Europe's usual hotspots, is becoming the frontline hub. Why? Because Romanian airfields along the Black Sea coast are being transformed into the largest NATO base in Europe. This isn't just about defense, it is about creating a sophisticated detection and response system that integrates cutting-edge technology to counter threats from Russian forces stationed near Crimea. Following earlier talks in Washington, a decision was made to keep air support options open, but without deploying ground troops from the U.S. This means establishing disciplined patrols and rapid reaction forces on the ground, backed by a web of intelligence from multiple platforms. The key here is sensor fusion, a seamless flow of data shared across aerial units, naval assets, and ground stations. This network is the backbone for tracking hostile activity over land and sea. One critical piece in this puzzle is the fleet of F-35 stealth fighters soon to be stationed at the Mikhail Kogel-Niceanu Air Base. This base is expanding rapidly, with new runways, shelters, and a supporting base city under construction. It's not just a fortress for Romania's defense, it's the nerve center for layered protection over the Black Sea region. Alongside this, the Aegis Ashore Missile Defense Complex in Deveselu covers the ballistic threat spectrum. Together, the Aegis system and the F-35s form a dense mesh of reconnaissance, missile defense, and real-time mission coordination. This level of integration tightens NATO's grip on detecting and responding to long-range missile strikes and incursions from Russian S-400 surface-to-air missile batteries and Bastion coastal missile systems near Crimea. But the F-35 jets are far from mere planes in this defense lineup. Equipped with the N/APG-81 active electronically scanned array radar, the Distributed Aperture System, DAS, and advanced electronic warfare capabilities, the F-35s act as sensor fusion nodes. They collect, analyze, and share data across the network long before enemy threats become visible to traditional systems. This early detection is a game changer, drastically reducing reaction times. By establishing this sophisticated air defense and surveillance network, NATO is creating a strategic ring around Crimea. This ring allows earlier warnings of any impending Russian missile launches and tightens air policing coordination. The stakes have never been higher, as the balance of power hinges on the ability to detect threats in real time and respond with precision. What remains to be seen is how Russia will respond to this evolving scenario. Their political opposition to any fighter jet deployment so close to Crimea has been consistent, but the shifting realities on the ground mean the countries in the region are willing to accept higher risks for stronger security guarantees. Could this be the spark that changes the balance in Eastern Europe? The coming months will reveal whether this strategy holds or sets the stage for even greater tensions. The tension in Eastern Europe is reaching a breaking point. Imagine jets roaring through the sky, scrambling at a moment's notice, as the threat from the east grows louder by the day. This isn't just a drill or a show of force, it's a carefully choreographed dance of deterrence, with the newest stealth fighters at its center. The F-35 patrols in Romania are no longer symbolic gestures. They are a vital shield, a frontline defense against the increasingly aggressive airstrikes pounding western Ukraine. NATO's neighbors, like Poland, have been forced to remain on constant alert, activating rapid response protocols to guard their skies from long-range missile strikes and relentless drone swarms. The Black Sea corridor, once a quiet backwater, is now a crucial artery for intelligence and logistics, where every second counts. If these advanced fighters take to the air here, they will push the boundaries of detection closer to Russian forces, slashing reaction times and lowering the risk of accidental conflict. But will this new air shield be enough to contain the mounting dangers? The stakes couldn't be higher. In the last chapter, we saw how NATO's eastern flank is preparing for a sustained presence, not just a fleeting mission. The idea of a base city is emerging, a hub to support tens of thousands of troops and their families. This isn't just about planes in the sky, it's about creating a permanent bulwark against escalating threats. The infrastructure supporting these patrols is the backbone of this strategy. It's not only about military hardware but also about project management and alliance coordination. The urgency is palpable. Over recent weeks, jets have been scrambled repeatedly across NATO countries, responding to Russia's intensified airstrikes on Ukraine's western regions. The airspace above Poland and its neighbors has become a battleground, with rapid response forces on high alert. The concept of air policing is evolving. What was once a peacetime routine is now taking on a wartime tempo. The Black Sea corridor has transformed into a strategic corridor for intelligence, early warning, and supply. The presence of F-35s here will change the game. These jets, with their stealth capabilities, extend the detection line far beyond previous limits. Combined with a network of passive and active sensors, they create a thick curtain of surveillance. This curtain reshapes how enemy radars operate, forcing them to adjust their tactics and making it harder to mount surprise attacks. For NATO, this means better control of the airspace and fewer chances of miscalculations. Yet, beneath this high-tech shield lies a complex web of threats. The Crimean Peninsula hosts powerful anti-access/area denial systems, including the dreaded S-400 missile batteries. Coastal defense systems and tactical air assets form a layered fortress designed to keep intruders at bay. The F-35's low visibility challenges this fortress, but the risk remains that any misstep could spiral into a wider conflict. The rhythm of NATO's patrols reflects more than military readiness, it's a form of crisis management. A delicate balance between showing strength and avoiding provocation. As the jets continue their patrols, Europe watches with bated breath. Will these measures hold the line, or are they the calm before a storm that no one can stop? The answer hangs in the balance. The earlier part revealed how the stealth of the F-35 pushes detection lines deeper, while a mix of passive and active sensors creates a dense surveillance curtain. This network shapes radar behavior and mission patterns along critical front lines. Now, imagine a powerful shield looming over the region, not just in theory, but anchored firmly on the ground, shaping the entire strategic landscape. This is where the Aegis Ashore system steps in, stationed in the same area, setting a solid foundation for regional security. It doesn't work hand-in-hand with air patrols directly, but its presence alone broadcasts a clear message: calculated deterrence is in place. F-35 jets patrolling the zone don't just fly blindly. They continuously exchange vital early warnings, spotting threats from enemy ground and naval batteries through radar and electro-optical tracking. These shared alerts aren't just data points, they're lifelines. They widen the window during which Allied air defenses can engage, buying precious time. This offers a shield for civilian supply routes, allowing life to flow beneath the looming tension. But don't mistake this for a no-fly zone. It's far more sophisticated, a doctrine built on legal frameworks and calculated risks. The heartbeat of this defense is a patrol running daily along a strategic arc stretching from Crimea to the Black Sea. Here, the measure of success isn't the number of jets in the sky but the quality and consistency of their network. This defense system is knitting itself into NATO's backbone. Recent moves, like Dutch and Norwegian F-35s stepping up to guard Ukraine's supply corridor through Poland, mark the birth of a new generation of aerial security on NATO's eastern front. Picture this: US F-35s from Lakenheath synergizing with Norwegian jets far north, while Romanian F-35s hold the southern flank. Together, they weave coverage along a crucial north-south axis, streamlining data exchange and training to slash handover delays between missions. But the shield isn't just built on fifth-generation fighters. Poland's F-16 Viper upgrades inject new life into older jets, letting them play vital protective roles within this layered defense. The outcome? A flexible, multi-tiered air shield stretching from the Black Sea all the way to the Baltic, mixing cutting-edge nodes with revamped corridors. Romania's deployment is the southern keystone of this shield. Secure that hinge, and confidence in northern defenses rises dramatically. So, this isn't about a single country's effort, it's a strategic wing in motion. But here's the twist: with such a formidable network in place, what will Russia's response look like? The question hangs heavy, opening a shadowy chapter of risks and countermoves that could redefine the balance across this volatile region. The game is set, but the next move remains dangerously uncertain. As whispers of a permanent U.S. unit in Romania echo through military circles, a new era of Air Force readiness emerges. The ongoing preparations are aimed at minimizing the need for hasty emergency reinforcements during crises. The strategic advantage of Black Sea ports and rail links enhances the operational tempo, setting the stage for a rapid response to potential threats. The intricate dance of logistics manages to smooth out interruptions in the flow of fuel and spare parts, ensuring seamless operations. Moreover, the incorporation of NATO-compatible ammunition depots and data infrastructures fortifies this military framework. But the pivotal question remains: how will the deployment of F-35 jets shape the Baltic and Scandinavian theater? The F-35s, slated for deployment in Romania, will complement the existing fifth-generation air network, creating a robust connection with F-35 nodes in the north. This tactical synergy facilitates the establishment of patrols over Poland that link to a data corridor, extending all the way to the Black Sea via Romania. Such connectedness empowers earlier detection of dense troop movements along the Baltic front, presenting a unified tactical picture spanning from north to south. When US F-35 stationed at Lakenheath link with High North patrols in Norway and temporary units in Poland, unity crystallizes within NATO. Intelligence, targeting, and warning data flow seamlessly between aircraft and ground forces, enhancing situational awareness and creating a filtration system that prevents unnecessary activation of quick-response takeoffs. Without the southern connection in Romania, northern data risks a one-way flow. Yet now, patterns are discernible. Surveillance of movements in the Black Sea becomes proactive, interpreting every tremor felt in the Baltic. This confluence signifies a safer sky. The Polish dimension is vital, unfolding alongside Romania in the same pivotal timeframe. In a notable development, Warsaw has entered a major modernization deal for its F-16 fleet, elevating it to Viper standards. With defense spending reaching 4.7% of its GDP, Poland stands among NATO's foremost financial supporters. The strides toward integrating high-mobility artillery rocket systems, HIMARS, further amplify ground firepower, while the rotation of F-35s enhances joint mission capabilities in the air. In this unfolding narrative, one question remains: how will these military maneuvers reshape the balance of power in Eastern Europe? In the previous part, we saw how Romania's investment in modernizing its F-16 fleet and boosting artillery power is reshaping NATO's eastern defenses. The arrival of F-35 patrols in Poland and Romania is creating a powerful two-pillar system to secure the airspace from the Baltic to the Black Sea. This coordination tightens the security belt against Russian threats, making supply routes safer and response times faster. But have you ever wondered how these high-tech jets and missile systems actually work together to stop threats before they even appear? Picture this: as Russian long-range strikes threaten the region, Polish skies suddenly erupt with rapid takeoffs, jets slicing through clouds like lightning. These aren't random actions, they are the heartbeat of a complex defensive web. The F-35s, with their cutting-edge sensors, don't just patrol, they feed real-time data into an invisible network that links Patriot missile batteries and NASAM launchers. This network isn't just about firepower, it's a finely tuned information machine where every second counts. Romania's deployment acts as the southern anchor in this vast security chain. When this southern link strengthens, it boosts morale and sharpens responses all the way north. It's like a chain reaction: secure the south, and the north becomes more confident and efficient. This synchronized defense spans thousands of kilometers, closing gaps that Russia might otherwise exploit. Every new jet or missile battery isn't just hardware, it's part of a living, breathing system designed to keep the region safe. But here's the twist: this isn't simply about adding more weapons. The true power lies in the data flowing between these systems. When information travels fast and precise, engagement windows widen. That means defenders spot threats earlier and respond more effectively. The F-35s arriving in Romania don't just fly patrols, they act as airborne command centers, spotting targets and confirming threats with unmatched speed. This makes Romania a pivotal stage for the entire defense network. And there's more beneath the surface. The deployment package includes not only jets but also continuous supplies of ammunition, spare parts, and vital software updates. This ensures the network, jets, missiles, radars, operates seamlessly, round the clock. The quicker this network locks into place around the Black Sea, the lower the odds of a sudden, uncontrollable escalation in tensions. Yet, increased patrols and missile defenses inevitably raise the stakes in the airspace above Eastern Europe. The skies are becoming a chessboard where every move matters. So, what happens when this intricate network faces the unpredictable? Will this coordination truly deter aggression, or will it provoke even bolder moves? Stay with me as we dive deeper into the next chapter of this high-stakes game of air dominance and strategic balance. In recent times, we've witnessed NATO jets take to the skies in response to Russian long-range strike opportunities. This rapid response is essential for maintaining a cohesive air defense strategy among allies. As Romania steps up its military presence, the ability to assess threats improves dramatically. With better monitoring, any unusual flight patterns or infiltration attempts will be addressed with heightened precision. This proactive stance diminishes the chances of unintended escalation while bolstering deterrence capabilities through early warning systems. The discussions surrounding NATO's Article 5, its mutual defense clause, shift from potential misunderstandings to calculated choices, significantly raising the stakes for any deliberate incursions. As the risk of clear violations increases, so does Russia's strategic caution. This heightened awareness leaves the Black Sea and Baltic regions less exposed to reckless provocations. The recently deployed F-35s in Romania further complicate the European defense landscape. While European nations express their readiness to bear more responsibility on land, they seek aerial and network security guarantees from the United States. Washington's response signals a willingness to keep support open, focusing more on air security rather than increasing troop numbers. This evolving dynamic solidifies practical commitments to Ukraine, transforming political rhetoric into tangible military readiness. The infrastructure in Romania, runways, hangars, and data centers, serves as a physical embodiment of this commitment. Bridging diplomatic conversations and real-world military operations. The emphasis is now on executing plans that withstand shifting political tides, ensuring Europe maintains its strategic defensive posture. What happens if this newfound readiness alters the balance of power in Eastern Europe? As tensions rise, each maneuver adds urgency to the unfolding geopolitical drama. Will the existing order hold under pressure, or will we witness a decisive shift in alliances? The clock is ticking, and in this high-stakes game, every decision could lead to unforeseen consequences. A shocking question looms over Eastern Europe. Could a single deployment of stealth fighters in Romania reshape the entire security landscape and push Russia into a costly, desperate defense spiral? Imagine the tension rippling through the Black Sea region, where every radar ping and silent patrol could tip the balance between stability and chaos. To recap, Europe's push for swift, decisive action has led to the deployment of advanced air power in Romania. This isn't just another military move, it's a statement. The alliance is proving it can act, not just talk, while Moscow faces mounting pressure on multiple fronts. From Russia's viewpoint, this deployment triggers unease deep within its strategic nerves. The dense network of radar and air defenses circling the Black Sea now faces a brutal tightening. Passive sensors on patrol aircraft, normally overshadowed, suddenly become invaluable tools in this new chess game. But this shift comes at a price. Anti-aircraft coastal batteries must operate on more frequent rotation cycles. Every training exercise, every resupply mission strains an already stretched war economy. Feel the weight of this pressure. The Russian defense budget wrestles with its energy demands, forcing painful choices. More bases cluster around Crimea. On paper, this might seem like strength. In reality, it exposes fragile supply lines and maintenance backlogs. The same tightening grip spreads to Kaliningrad, where mutual air alert traffic surges, turning the skies into a high-stakes game of cat and mouse. At the heart of NATO's strategy is a masterpiece of stealth and information dominance. The F-35, the fifth-generation fighter jet, serves as a nerve center, weaving a network that stretches from the Black Sea all the way to the Baltic Sea. This web of seeing without being seen and sharing without being seen isn't just technology, it's psychological warfare. It turns uncertainty into deterrence by creating a single, clear picture that Moscow cannot escape. This deployment in Romania isn't an isolated event. It's a cornerstone of air power that solidifies security guarantees for Ukraine. The pace of F-35 deployments in Poland and northern regions only sharpens this picture's clarity, increasing NATO's operational reliability. For Russia, this new reality translates into a more expensive and vulnerable defense posture. For NATO, it replaces foggy mistrust with disciplined, coordinated patrols. The message is clear: the cost of aggression just skyrocketed. In this high-stakes game, Poland stands as one of the few NATO members bordering Russia willing to escalate military aid to Ukraine. Today, European leaders rally behind this bold stance. What once seemed unthinkable, breaking decades-old barriers, now unfolds before their eyes. But here's the twist: as NATO tightens its grip, will Russia's strained resources crack under this pressure? Can Moscow sustain this costly game of cat and mouse, or will the mounting friction inside its war economy force a dangerous gamble? The next moves will echo far beyond the Black Sea shores. The last segment revealed a dramatic shift in Europe's stance, from cautious support to preparing troops for Ukraine. The message to Moscow is clear: the era of passive watchfulness is over. But what if this pivot unleashes a cascade no one foresaw? Right now, Europe's capitals hum with urgency. Military leaders rush between emergency meetings. Governments brace citizens for a reality once deemed unthinkable: deploying soldiers into Ukraine. This could be Europe's largest military operation since World War II. The nightmare Putin tried to prevent is unfolding, a united European force standing shoulder to shoulder on the front lines. Around 10 nations, led by France and the United Kingdom, are readying troops. The very idea would have been taboo just months ago. The Kremlin, which long thrived on a fractured, divided Europe, now confronts a consolidated front. The message blares like a thunderclap: you ignited this war, but we will now write the rules. Imagine the streets of Brussels or Paris, buzzing with tense anticipation, the metallic scent of weaponry mingling with nervous voices, punctuated by the steady tapping of frantic heels on cold corridors. Generals pore over maps, while politicians calculate every possible fallout. If these troops set foot in Ukraine, Europe shifts from backer to actor, stepping onto the global stage with weapons drawn. But here lies the chilling question: does this bold leap bring safety, or ignite a tinderbox? Will Europe's intervention deter further aggression, or will it plunge the continent into a broader, bloodier battlefield? The stakes couldn't be higher. Behind closed doors, NATO's long-standing red line, no boots on Ukrainian soil, is fracturing. The endless flow of arms and intelligence no longer suffices. Bolstered by the brutal realities on the ground, leaders embrace a new doctrine: presence equals power. France and Britain don the spearhead roles, with others quickly falling in behind. What no one publicly admits yet: once troops enter this volatile theater, can Europe truly control the spiraling consequences? Or has the continent ignited a powder keg that risks exploding beyond anyone's grip? The countdown to a new chapter in European history has begun, and the outcome hangs in balance. Here's a continuation from the previous story summary: Europe is preparing to send troops to Ukraine. This is no longer a vague idea. France and the UK lead the charge. Poland, the Baltic states, Slovakia, and the Czech Republic follow closely behind. For them, Ukraine's fate is not just about solidarity, it is about survival. If Ukraine falls, they fear, they could be next. Western allies like Denmark, the Netherlands, and possibly Italy are quietly joining in. The mention of 10 countries signals a serious military presence, not just symbolic support. Meanwhile, Washington's stance has shifted. Unlike before, the idea of sending troops to Ukraine is gaining momentum as a way to guarantee peace. European capitals see this as a historic opportunity. Political approval from the US has opened the door. These forces won't fight on front lines. Instead, they will monitor ceasefires, protect reconstruction efforts, and secure humanitarian corridors. But Moscow sees it differently. The presence of foreign soldiers on Ukrainian soil is a direct provocation. This plan is about much more than aiding Ukraine, it's about Europe breaking from old security habits and preparing to defend its own future. So, how many troops will be involved? What will they actually do? The emerging scenario is clear: this is not an invasion force. Tanks and heavy artillery won't be rolling in. Instead, the mission focuses on peacekeeping, security, and reconstruction support. Yet, this is no passive role. The stakes are high, and the lines are being drawn. Will this mission hold the fragile peace, or will it spark a new wave of conflict? The world watches, breath held, as Europe takes a bold step into an uncertain future. Imagine tens of thousands of heavily trained, fully equipped soldiers quietly stepping onto a vast battlefield, not to launch attacks but to hold the line of fragile peace. This isn't about tanks rolling into enemy territory or explosions rocking the front. No, it's a different kind of warfare. One where the mere presence of disciplined troops stops a full-scale invasion before it begins. In past missions like Bosnia and Kosovo, peacekeeping forces numbered in the tens of thousands. Ukraine, with its larger size and population, demands even more. What good is a small patrol when the stakes are so colossal? Experts argue that to truly deter aggression, Europe must commit at least 20,000 to 30,000 soldiers in the first wave. This is no token gesture. So, what will these troops actually do? First, they will patrol the fragile ceasefire lines, acting as living shields separating Ukrainian defenders from potential Russian advances. The Ukrainian forces, exhausted from relentless fighting, will finally catch their breath while Moscow faces a daunting truth: any assault against foreign soldiers, whether French, British, or Polish, would be catastrophic. Simply put, attacking peacekeepers would be political suicide. But patrols are just the beginning. These forces must also guard vital infrastructure, power plants, water supplies, and transport hubs, everything that keeps a nation running. Russia has targeted these key sites during the war, knowing their destruction cripples society and leverages political pressure. If the peacekeepers can protect these assets, Ukraine's recovery will speed up. Meanwhile, the Kremlin loses its easy targets for blackmail. Humanitarian work will also define this mission. International soldiers won't just stand guard, they will ensure civilians remain safe, facilitate aid deliveries, and clear deadly mines hidden beneath the ground like invisible traps. Europe's role transforms into both a military shield and a lifeline to those suffering inside the conflict zone. The logistics of such an operation point to neighboring countries as strategic gateways. Supplies and troops will flow through Poland and Slovakia, turning Warsaw and Bratislava into critical hubs. But there's no room for confusion here, command must be unified. A fragmented leadership risks turning peacekeepers into sitting targets. Likely, a central headquarters will be established in either Warsaw or Kiev to coordinate this immense effort. So, what awaits? Thousands of troops standing between war and peace, a living barrier charged with preventing the next spark of chaos. Will this resolve be enough? Can such a force tip the balance, or will the shadow of conflict loom larger than ever? Only time will tell. Previously, we saw how Warsaw and Bratislava have become crucial logistical hubs for the European coalition supporting Ukraine. Command unity is essential, fragmentation could spiral into disaster. A headquarters will likely be set up in either Warsaw or Kiev, making the prospect of European troops on Ukrainian soil all but certain. Now, consider this, what if the Kremlin's nightmare isn't just about the Ukrainian soldiers but about facing a full European military presence? These troops won't be storming the front lines to fight, but simply their presence will shatter Moscow's carefully crafted narrative. For years, Putin has painted this conflict as a battle against NATO without NATO actually stepping onto the battlefield. That illusion is about to be destroyed. Official European soldiers on the ground turn the war into an international fight, rewriting history overnight. Imagine the shockwaves within Russian state propaganda rooms. Headlines blaring that the West has openly joined the war will flood screens for days. The Russian people, once told this was just a special operation, will see an international front emerge. Putin's image as a commander in control will erode rapidly, replaced by uncertainty and fear. From a military perspective, the Kremlin faces a crushing dilemma. Directly confronting French or British troops would be a suicidal step, a full-scale conflict with NATO that Russia cannot afford. So, how will they respond? Expect intensified bombing campaigns across Ukrainian cities, not against Europeans, but to bleed Ukraine silently. Energy infrastructure will face relentless attacks, front lines will feel increasing pressure. Alongside the bombs, covert battles will rage. Cyber warfare will target European capitals with hacks and disruption. Sabotage attempts will threaten critical power grids, while disinformation floods social media to drive wedges within European societies. The Kremlin's aim, fracture unity and turn populations against their leader's decision to send troops. But the darkest card remains in the shadows, the nuclear threat. Putin's repeated hints at tactical nuclear weapons will grow louder and more menacing. The arrival of Western troops may unleash an escalation filled with whispers of devastation few dare to openly confront. Could this be the turning point where a frozen conflict risks igniting into something far more dangerous? The stage is set, only time will reveal how Moscow plays its next move. The Kremlin's constant warnings about tactical nuclear weapons have grown tiresome. Repeated threats, with no follow-through, risk wearing down Moscow's credibility. Behind the scenes, Russia might try to draw Belarus deeper into the conflict. Military drills staged through Minsk could be a way to pressure Ukraine from the north, assembling forces along the border. Yet, the shaky grip of the Lukashenko regime makes it uncertain how long this strategy can hold. Europe's decision to deploy troops in Ukraine changes everything. Russia can no longer dictate terms alone. Moscow now faces a coalition, united and resolute, poised to respond not just to Kiev, but to a larger European alliance. This marks a crucial turning point, one that transforms the war's dynamics. Every move by Moscow now challenges not only Ukraine, but all of Europe. But here's an unexpected twist: Europe's troop deployment isn't under NATO's official banner. Moscow's propaganda thrives on the idea that NATO is at war with us. So this coalition takes care to act without that stigma. Instead, it's a coalition of the willing, composed mostly of NATO countries, yet officially detached from NATO's command. The United States plays a clear, supporting role. American soldiers won't step foot on Ukrainian soil. Instead, Washington backs the operation with air defense systems, intelligence sharing, and air support missions. To put it bluntly, American air power offers protection, while European ground troops bear the risk on the front lines. Former President Trump summed it up plainly: Europeans march in, Americans cover from above. This partnership, heavily shaped by France and the UK, means Europe is now putting its own soldiers in harm's way for the first time in decades. Meanwhile, the US air umbrella acts as a potent deterrent. Moscow faces not only European boots on the ground but also the overwhelming air supremacy of the United States. In the end, the coalition splits between European ground forces and American aerial defense. This two-pronged approach strengthens Ukraine's security while making any new Russian offensive a gamble with extremely high stakes. The game has changed, and it's Moscow that must now recalibrate in this new chessboard of power. What will this mean for the fragile Lukashenko regime, caught between Russian ambitions and growing domestic unrest? The next moves could either ignite deeper chaos or force Warsaw and Minsk into unexpected compromises. The battlefield is no longer just in Ukraine. It stretches into the very heart of Europe's fragile political landscape. Will this uneasy balance hold, or will the pressures from every direction finally shatter the old order? The answer lies in the days to come, as forces realign and stakes grow ever higher. In the previous part, we saw how Moscow now confronts not only European ground forces but also the powerful American air umbrella backing them. This combined strength bolsters Ukraine's defense and makes any new Russian offensive far more perilous. But what happens when European soldiers actually arrive on Ukrainian soil? Their role may surprise you. These troops won't rush straight into battle. Instead, their mission will shape the war's very heartbeat. Imagine them setting up security zones along the fragile ceasefire line. Acting as a living shield, these forces will stand between Ukrainian units and Russian-backed fighters. For the Kremlin, this is a nightmare scenario. Any attack on French or British soldiers could ignite a crisis engulfing all of Europe. The stakes couldn't be higher. But that's just the start. Another crucial role is guarding vital infrastructure. Power stations, water systems, transport routes, these have been consistent targets of Russian strikes. Stationed Western troops will turn these once vulnerable sites into fortified bastions. No longer easy targets, these facilities will speed up Ukraine's recovery and strip Moscow of its most potent means of pressure. Then there is the humanitarian front. Safe corridors to protect civilians, secure aid deliveries, and clear deadly mines. This effort demands not just military might but compassion. The coalition's lifelines will likely run through Poland and Slovakia, making Warsaw and Bratislava key logistical hubs. Command will be centralized, probably from Warsaw or Kiev, coordinating tens of thousands of troops. This isn't just a tactical deployment. It's a seismic shift. Moscow now faces a united front, Ukraine's army backed by European boots on the ground. The psychological landscape of this war is transforming. No longer just Kiev's fight, Europe stakes its own security on this battleground. But with this new force poised at the gates, a burning question lingers: will this deterrent be enough to stop the conflict from spiraling into a wider European catastrophe? Or will the shadow of war stretch even further across the continent? The answer hangs in the balance, waiting to be revealed. Previously, we saw how Europe is stepping out from under America's protective shadow. The plan to send European troops into Ukraine marks a historic shift. Moscow now faces not just Ukrainian forces but a united European front. This will reshape the entire psychology of the conflict. For generations, Europe leaned on the United States for security. During the Cold War, American soldiers stood as guardians in hotspots like the Balkans. Washington's influence stretched across the Middle East, and European safety was often someone else's responsibility. But now, everything is changing. For the first time, Europe is preparing to deploy its own armies, not just as allies, but as independent defenders of its future. If this strategy goes forward, it will shatter the delicate balance that Putin has carefully crafted over years. The Kremlin's game was simple: keep Europe weak by driving wedges between its nations. It wielded the energy supply like a weapon, fueled internal political conflicts, and tried to fracture NATO's unity. Yet, the move to send troops into Ukraine undermines all of these tactics at once. Europe, once fragmented, is now standing in unison on the battlefield. For Russia, this is not merely a military setback, it is a psychological blow. Until now, Moscow controlled the narrative, Ukraine was isolated, and Russia was the dominant power. That narrative has flipped. The arrival of European ground forces sends a clear message to Putin: this war is no longer yours to control. Meanwhile, the United States supports from above with air defenses and intelligence. This partnership tightens the noose around the Kremlin, limiting its options drastically. Imagine the pressure. Any new offensive would mean facing not only Ukraine's defenders but the combined might of Europe itself. Yet, this bold decision carries risks for Europe too. When soldiers arrive and lives are lost, what will the public say? How long can this fragile solidarity hold when energy prices soar and economies strain under the weight of conflict? History warns us, peacekeeping missions rarely end quickly. Costs mount, patience wears thin, political debates flare. Will Europe's newfound resolve withstand the grinding reality of war? Or will cracks appear beneath the surface, threatening to unravel this unprecedented alliance? The coming months will reveal whether Europe's gamble is a turning point, or a fleeting moment lost to the tides of history. The political tension set on August 29 sent shockwaves across Europe. A blunt warning pierced the air: if Putin refuses a face-to-face with Zelensky, then Trump risks being made a fool. This statement sped up decisions from Washington to Berlin, affirming three critical truths simultaneously. Now, brace yourself, the skies over Ukraine are about to grow crowded with defense systems. Ammunition shipments will surge. Secondary sanctions will clamp down hard on the shadowy networks sustaining Russia. The era of diplomacy is superseded by relentless action. German drone factories in Kiev ramp up production, pumping out machines of war. The flow of ammunition is no longer a trickle, it's a tidal wave, with tens of thousands of rounds arriving this year and hundreds of thousands expected next. Restrictions on artillery range? They've vanished. Macron's stark caution about political games underlines a simple but brutal truth. Inside the West, political shifts must not slow down the battlefield rhythm. Abroad, Moscow faces a united front that will not bend or break. The old equation, that Russia could wear down Europe's defenses cheaply, is unraveling. Air defense is no mere battery or missile launcher. It is a living system. Each battery is a node, fitted with sensors, software, backup units, and strict maintenance plans. Europe is assembling a mobile shield, not a temporary shelter, one designed to endure months of attack. It's a layered web: the SAMP-T upper-tier system, the IRIS-T SLM mid-tier, and the Patriot batteries working in concert. Radar, electro-optical sensors, passive detectors, electronic countermeasures, they all hum in synchronized defense. One night might see 60 targets confronted, the next, twice that. But it's not merely about how many missiles get shot down. It's about the relentless pace, the pulse, of these interceptions. As this network breathes and adapts, every missile Moscow launches turns into a high-stakes gamble. Not just another Mamba battery, not merely one more IRIS-T line. The real power lies in the unyielding density of protection blanketing the sky. What will Kremlin do when every salvo grows costlier? When its cheap tactics find no easy prey? The battle above Ukraine has changed, and so has the game. Can Russia endure this web of defense tightening more each day? Or has a tipping point been crossed, where every advantage slips from Moscow's grasp? The answer will define the future, for Kiev, for Europe, and for the world watching breathlessly from below. In the previous segment, we explored how Moscow struggles to maintain its missile defense amid relentless strikes. The key isn't just how many targets get intercepted, but the steady rhythm of those interceptions. Every missed shot chips away at Kremlin propaganda and morale, while every successful hit strains Moscow's supplies and networks. Now, let's dive deeper into how this battle extends far beyond the battlefield, into invisible webs of finance, industry, and shadowy logistics. Imagine every missile, drone, or tank not as a mere weapon, but as the end product of a fragile, complicated supply chain. Behind each system lies a network of microchips, optics, machinery, sensors, and code, a web that spans multiple countries and industries. One hiccup in money transfers, insurance approvals, or shipping permissions can bring production to a grinding halt. It's not just factories shutting down, it's an entire ecosystem of finance and transport being strangled. European capitals like Paris and Berlin are not only pounding this message into political discussions, they are actively chopping those supply lines. Secondary sanctions are their tool. These aren't just abstract penalties, they stop the flow of parts and money through middlemen who hide behind shell companies and shadow fleets. If a tanker cannot secure insurance on the high seas, it simply won't sail. If payments can't move through trusted banks, factories stop producing, increasing costs and delays cripple Russia's war effort. Kremlin spokespeople insist these sanctions are illegal and unacceptable. But what troubles them most is the unseen pressure crushing their plans, spiraling expenses, lengthened supply chains, and unmasked smuggling networks. Imagine trying to run a factory while every crucial screw, microchip, and sensor is held ransom by inspections and delays. This is the invisible war waging beneath the explosions, not just missiles, but money, paperwork, and shadows. As supply becomes unreliable, Russia's expensive defense gambles grow riskier. The once steady stream of costly salvos can no longer be guaranteed. This threatens not only their tactics but their very strategy, shaking the Kremlin's confidence in a drawn-out conflict. So, when the officials warn about sanctions being a threat, they're revealing their deepest fear. This slow bleed could dismantle their war machine without a single shot fired on front lines. What happens next? Can the Kremlin find a way around these strangling chains? Or will the weight of invisible sanctions collapse their war industry first? The game is changing, and the real battlefield might just be far from any smoke-filled sky. A long war is really just a long supply chain stretched to its limits. Break that chain, and the endless conflict could suddenly come to a halt. Two key developments from Germany illustrate this with brutal clarity. First, it's no mere exercise. Germany's factories are pumping out tens of thousands of 155mm shells this year alone. Come next year, that number will climb to at least 100,000, with the possibility of even more. The new artillery round production line in Germany is not only operational, it promises to reach a staggering capacity of 150,000 shells and beyond. The aim is clear: create a steady, unwavering metronome of ammunition supply for Ukrainian forces. Because when the bullets keep flying, soldiers stay alert. But when ammunition runs dry, silence falls over the trenches. In that silence, the enemy gains ground. Without relentless fire, the night grows heavier, longer, and more dangerous. This uninterrupted rhythm on the front cripples the enemy's chance for sudden, devastating strikes. The Russian army loses its fleeting windows for powerful offensives. Moscow's strategy to hammer the front day after day is beginning to falter under relentless artillery pressure. The payout? Moscow's carefully crafted timetable begins to unravel. The relentless flow of fire denies it the tempo needed to dominate. Then there is the political front, where Chancellor Friedrich Merz's bold declaration in Berlin shifts the entire landscape: no limits on weapon ranges for Ukraine. This stance rattles Moscow deeply. It shatters their illusion of a safe rear tucked far away from the battlefield. Discussing weapon range means opening a Pandora's box of new risks. Factories, supply depots, bridges, even radars once considered secure, now stand exposed. Destroying these targets drives up Moscow's costs and forces recalculation. The Kremlin's expensive plans to keep their war machine moving are suddenly much harder to maintain. But will this newfound European determination be enough to break the grinding gears of war? Only time will tell. At the heart of this strategic unraveling lies a relentless pressure on Russia's supply lines. Each shell fired is one more knot tightened around the enemy's ability to sustain conflict. Yet, the question lingers ominously: as ammunition floods in and territorial lines shift, how long can Moscow afford the mounting price of its failing supply chain? The next moves in this deadly chess game will decide not just battles, but the entire future of the conflict. Europe is quietly rewriting the rules of defense. France and Germany are not just patching up old partnerships, they're building a future-proof shield. Beyond restarting military cooperation, they've started to talk about nuclear strategy and systems designed for rapid retaliation. The heart of this is a joint missile warning network, an early alert system meant to protect the continent's skies no matter how stormy the political winds blow across the Atlantic. This move cuts through uncertainty like a razor, giving Ukraine a stronger protective umbrella tomorrow. Imagine a web of sensors watching the northern skies, monitoring launches along the Black Sea, and scanning the Caspian corridor. The faster this system detects threats, the quicker air defenses can respond. And when response times shrink, each volley of interceptors becomes far more lethal. The Kremlin's old tactic has been to pour waves of missiles on Ukraine, an overwhelming barrage aimed at breaking defenses, crushing morale, and turning cities into battlegrounds while sowing chaos along the front lines. But the landscape is shifting. By stacking radar, optical sensors, and electronic warfare onto an ever-tightening defense grid, Ukraine's resistance is becoming relentless, able to counterattack with the same ferocity every night. Paris and Berlin are the engines behind this transformation, promising more and better air defenses that mark a new era of resilience. At the same time, sanctions, often dismissed as mere economic measures, are striking at the very heart of Moscow's war machine. These aren't just numbers on a ledger, they choke the supply chain, making everyday war essentials, from tiny screws to complex bearings, difficult or impossible to obtain. Russia's once-pumping artillery lines are faltering. Meanwhile, Germany's factories are humming louder, set to produce 25,000 shells this year and at least 100,000 next year. This steady stream of ammunition keeps Ukraine's front lines alive and firing. What does this all mean for the Kremlin's game plan? Their blitz of missile salvos faces a wall of thicker, smarter defense. The days when sheer volume and surprise could dominate are slipping away. Now, each missile has to punch through a layered labyrinth of sensors and countermeasures, raising the stakes and the cost for Moscow's assault. As Europe turns its gaze skyward with sharpened vigilance, the age-old script of attack and overwhelm is being rewritten. How will Moscow adapt to this new battlefield? And how far will this new defense network push the limits of Europe's unity and stamina? The answers lie in the coming nights, where radar blips, intercepted missiles, and strategic gambits will decide who truly controls the skies of tomorrow. In the previous section, we saw how the relentless production of artillery shells in Germany is fueling the front lines, overcoming Ukraine's biggest hurdle, keeping up the pace of fire. This increasing tempo is crucial. But what happens when diplomacy and military logistics collide with time itself? The tension between speed and stalling is about to reshape everything. Imagine a stage where every second counts, and the players are locked in a deadly dance of delay and acceleration. A stern message from a European leader cuts through the noise, warning Washington that if Putin avoids talks, it's a game of deception. This isn't just politics, it's a call for urgent action across the Atlantic. Europe, focused on holding steady without escalating conflict, demands that the United States quicken its pace in defense support. The underlying message? If America drags its heels, the Kremlin's tactic to divide and stall will succeed. But what if this stalling game no longer holds power? The battlefield is evolving fast. Long-range unmanned aerial vehicles, capable of flying over 1,000 kilometers, and missiles with ranges up to 3,000 kilometers, are being deployed for coordinated strikes, from the sea, the air, and deep behind enemy lines, all on the same night. This synchronized assault isn't just about destroying targets, it's a strategic blow aimed at crippling the opponent's revenue streams and supply chains. Picture the hum of drones slicing through the night sky, the flash of missile trails lighting up the darkness. Each strike chips away at the enemy's ability to wage war, making their plans obsolete with every passing hour. Europe's dual strategy of enhanced air defense and crippling sanctions mirrors this relentless ground assault. This isn't a one-time effort. Spare parts, trained operators, and software updates form a comprehensive package, ensuring that air defenses remain robust and responsive. And here's the twist, this coordinated front is no longer whispered in back rooms. Leaders from Paris to Berlin have aligned their voices, sending a clear warning to Moscow. The crackdown on Putin's forces is systemic and sustained. The Kremlin's hope to outweight or outmaneuver its opponents is slipping away. So the question lingers, can the Kremlin hold its ground when every strike tightens the noose? Or is this the moment when the tide begins to turn, not just on the battlefield, but in the corridors of power? The answer may redefine the future of this conflict. Europe's message has become unmistakably clear and unified. Macron's warning was no isolated voice. The very next day, Paris and Berlin echoed the same firm stance. This isn't about a one-time boost in air defense, it's a full package: spare parts, trained operators, and vital software updates. The same comprehensive approach applies to secondary sanctions. This is no half measure, it's a tightly woven network. Picture this: a web of intermediary banks, insurance firms, transit paperwork, and re-exporters all feeding off one another. This hidden network forms the backbone of Kremlin's midnight strategies. But what if this network falters? If it collapses, the entire game changes. Suddenly, the picture at the peace talks won't show aggression anymore, it will show defense. The tempo shifts. The battlefield's rhythm slows down under relentless pressure. Europe realized this truth late, but now it moves with precision. Steady air defense means cities can finally breathe without fear. A reliable stream of ammunition keeps the front lines from crumbling. Consistent sanctions choke the factories that fuel the war machine. When all three act together, what the Kremlin calls bargaining power is exposed as a desperate stall tactic, buying precious time. Until recently, Europe and Washington tried to juggle this precariously, spreading sanctions over years, rationing ammunition supplies. But without a robust defense and a steady ammo flow, this balancing act was doomed. Now, as the clock runs out, mistakes multiply. Panic creeps in. And that panic? It grips Putin himself. On one side, Kyiv ramps up its drone and missile attacks deeper into enemy territory. On the other, Europe's defenses grow stronger, while the Kremlin's shadowy gray networks shrink and falter. The Kremlin's next move will come, but it faces a shrinking set of options. Look closely at the headlines shaping this new phase: a more scattered missile barrage, desperate internal production pushes, frantic attempts to speed payments and parts through gray markets. Russia will push pressure from all directions: sea routes, landlines, trying to carve out space to negotiate. But every salvo fired is costly, supply lines remain fragile, and missile range remains limited. This triangle of challenges, expensive salvos, risky supplies, and questionable range, is a cage tightening around the Kremlin's war effort. Macron's words, the missile lines, and the Franco-German alliance form the sides of this triangle. The Kremlin's options shrink, and the pressure mounts. What happens next? Will this tightening noose finally bring the Kremlin to the negotiating table? Or will desperation unleash a new wave of chaos? The answer lies just ahead, hanging on the edge of every missile launch and every sanctioned bank transfer. The battle for tempo, survival, and power has reached a critical breaking point. In a country gripped by fear and turmoil, the desire for neutrality has transformed into a desperate quest for escape. In Belarus, acquiring a passport has morphed into a political act, a statement against a regime that suffocates freedom. As societal voices fade, the atmosphere thickens with tension. People no longer trust the state media. Conversations turn unpolitical, quietly wrapping themselves in apathy just to survive. Participation in official events has become begrudging and half-hearted. Grassroots networks emerge as lifelines, yet they play their parts in shadows, avoiding the spotlight. Small businesses find themselves navigating murky waters, shifting operations into gray zones to ensure survival. The loss of intellectual capital is evident as academia hemorrhages talent, leaving critical voids unfilled. Despite the silence enveloping Belarus, an undercurrent of solidarity grows. Progress is slow, born of resilience rather than noise. As restrictions tighten and economic conditions worsen, the weight of sanctions compounds the struggle. Fertilizer exports, once a backbone for the economy, dwindle, while the trade of petroleum products stagnates under the thumb of international pressure. Costs spiral, as foreign trade becomes painfully expensive. Logistics divert, taking convoluted paths through Russia to bypass sanctions, further inflating costs and eroding profit margins. The sting of inflation surpasses government reports, intensifying the economic strain. The prices of food spike, while wages stagnate, leaving households grappling with tighter budgets. The middle class slowly erodes, and the poverty line creeps closer to many. Immigration, once a distant aspiration, becomes a necessary line item in household budgets. The ongoing fuel crisis places additional burdens on families and businesses alike. Irregular access to fuel in rural areas raises transportation costs, rippling through food prices like a shockwave. Industries condense their production cycles, investment interest waivers, and intercity transport devolves into an inconsistent mess. Transactions shift from long-term commitments to swift exchanges, driven by a stark reality that leaves little room for optimism. This environment of turmoil leads to a question lingering on the lips of many: how far can survival dictate our choices? As uncertainty festers, an exodus unfurls, fueled by fear, oppression, and the yearning for a better future. The common refrain echoes through the hearts of many: will today be the day I finally leave? The tumultuous landscape of Belarus speaks volumes. With each passing day, choices are made, families are divided, and lives are uprooted in pursuit of fleeting stability elsewhere. As the echo of unrest reverberates within its borders, the exodus grows, leaving behind tales of longing and uncertainty. The question remains, amid the chaos, where does the path to hope truly lead? In the twilight of uncertainty, a drastic transformation sweeps through a land once filled with hopes and dreams. The reality in Belarus has morphed into an unexpected battleground, with rising costs and dwindling resources pushing its citizens to the brink. Meanwhile, many are turning their eyes westward, longing for escape and a fresh start. This isn't just migration, it's a fundamental shift fueled by desperation and a thirst for change. As the cost of essential goods spirals upward, families find themselves in a precarious situation. Households are forced to allocate an ever-growing chunk of their earnings to fuel and food, the weight of this decision amplifying their anxiety. The notion of stability is collapsing, with pensions and public salaries failing to match the soaring prices. Struggles with the rising cost of living leave fixed-income citizens choosing between heating their homes or putting food on the table. The social safety net that once offered security is unraveling, leading many to the stark realization they can no longer afford to stay. The consequences ring out with palpable urgency. Long waits plague healthcare services, increasing out-of-pocket expenses and placing an additional burden on already stretched budgets. Families with school-aged children are torn between their aspirations and harsh realities, driving young parents to seek refuge in cities just beyond their borders, where hope gleams like a beacon of possibility. As uncertainty peaks, it has redefined Belarus's economic landscape. Those determined to carve out new lives in Poland and Lithuania are inadvertently reshaping the future of their homeland. Thousands of skilled professionals, engineers, IT specialists, and creative minds have seamlessly integrated into thriving ecosystems abroad. Companies are not just relocating, they are taking their tax contributions with them, leaving Belarus further isolated. With scholarships and work permits beckoning youth from the EU, opportunities blossom for a brighter tomorrow. But Europe isn't just watching passively. Nations like Poland have devised strategic programs, such as Business Harbor, to entice talent. Lithuania has simplified its visa processes, Germany has opened its doors wider for qualified migrants, and the Czech Republic is eager for skilled workers to fill its ranks. The tide of transformation is not just a reaction, it's an opportunity for the EU, which recognizes the potential in Belarus's fleeing populace. What will this mass exodus mean for the future of Belarus? As the silence of resignation is replaced by the echoes of ambition and dreams, a haunting question remains: will those who remain find the courage to stand against the tide of despair, or will they be left adrift in a sea of uncertainty? The stage is set and the narrative is unfolding, with vital consequences for a region on the brink of reinvention or ruin. The previous segment highlighted how Poland, Lithuania, Germany, and the Czech Republic have reshaped their immigration policies to attract talent fleeing Belarus. These nations offer digital visas, expanded worker quotas, and support programs, signaling a clear shift of opportunity and hope, far from the tightening grip inside Belarus. Now, this wave of departure is no longer just about borders or policies, it's transforming entire cities and communities outside Belarus. Educational institutions across Europe have opened doors to Belarusian students through generous scholarships and streamlined transfer processes. Local governments expanded housing support and launched language courses tailored to newcomers. Meanwhile, companies have rolled out relocation packages that go beyond the basics, offering real pathways to employment and financial stability. The Belarusian diaspora isn't just surviving, it's thriving. In Warsaw, certain neighborhoods have become vibrant enclaves, marked by shop signs and communities singing the language of home. In Vilnius, quiet cafes have blossomed into buzzing media hubs, broadcasting and preserving the stories of a displaced people. Berlin's tech clusters hum with Belarusian innovators, coding new futures far from repression. Prague's factories now welcome Belarusian engineers onto their assembly lines, while Riga sees new creative agencies shaped by designers with Belarus in their hearts. These cities serve as a second chapter for a nation under pressure. As this second page grows heavier with life and promise. The first page, the one written inside Belarus, grows emptier by the day. Businesses inside struggling to survive face a new reality, talent is vanishing. Hiring cycles stretch endlessly. Salary demands climb beyond reach. The loss is no longer just about numbers, it's a hemorrhage of skills, experience, and the very memory of institutions. This brain drain inflames the country's structural weakness, setting off a slow collapse in productivity. Even the networks built from abroad create unseen bridges, enabling continuous waves of departure as hope rebounds between continents. Yet, this exodus unfolds in two simultaneous currents, regular migration through official channels, and irregular attempts fueled by desperation. August 2025 brought a stark reminder. Polish border guards recorded repeated attempts, small groups slipping through forests, under cover of darkness, guided by hope and fear. Some were caught, others sought asylum, all bear the marks of a nation's unraveling. The haunting question remains, as people flee quietly to new horizons, who will remain to reclaim the soul of Belarus? And how long before the empty streets inside echo with the silence of those who left for good? The story continues, will the homeland survive its own unraveling, or is it doomed to become a ghost of its former self? The answer lies just beyond the horizon, where hope and desperation collide. In the previous segment, we uncovered how the shifting border dynamics in Belarus reveal a growing desperation. Legal travel routes are clogged, forcing people into risky forest paths and secret crossings. Families split apart, sending one member first, hoping others can follow. Support networks among civil society and the diaspora have become lifelines. Yet, through all this turmoil, the reasons driving these escapes remain stark and unyielding. Now, let's peel back another layer. The desire to stay in Belarus is fading fast. Departures have multiplied in both method and scale. Some families send the working member ahead, others pack up en masse, uprooting everything at once. Behind these choices lies a relentless force, the geopolitical decisions made in Minsk. The alliance with Moscow, glorified as a supranational union, feels more like a trap locking Belarus into the logic of Russian military security. The cost? The country risks becoming a frontline target in a conflict not of its own making. Military drills and troop deployments along Belarus's borders have become grim daily background noise. Imagine living under a sky heavy with the drone of armored vehicles, the restless nights haunted by sirens from nearby bases. For young people and their parents, this is not a future worth waiting for. The shadow of compulsory conscription looms like a dark cloud. How can you raise children when every step forward might drag them into war? Across Belarus, the silent majority is quietly voting with their feet. The government watches the exodus but clings to pale hopes, a few billion rubles from Moscow might ease the pain. Yet, the reality is harsher than ever. Russia's pockets are tightening. As Moscow allocates massive funds to its war effort, Belarus's subsidies shrink. The generous energy discounts and credit lines of the past have vanished. Insurance costs for oil and fuel shipments have skyrocketed. The ruble's protection measures only strip more value from Moscow's support. On paper, the union between these two countries looks solid, but beneath the surface, cash flow is a trickle, too small to keep the regime comfortably afloat. Belarus's hope for cheaper resources and open markets repeatedly hits a wall of geopolitical and economic realities. Is this fragile alliance crumbling from within? Will Belarus be left alone to bear the weight of a war it cannot control? The picture painted here is more than just a failing government, it's a nation caught between loyalty and survival, suffocating under burdens it never chose. What happens when the economic safety nets disappear completely? Will the exodus turn into a flood? Stay tuned, because the tides are shifting, and the coming storm will shake Belarus to its core. In the previous segment, we uncovered how internal policies meant to shield Belarus's currency are ironically choking off vital foreign support. The dream of easy access to cheap materials and broad markets is now colliding with harsh realities. Moscow's aid no longer halts the approaching storm, it merely pushes it a little further down the road. Now, imagine this, as prices between suppliers and buyers begin to tighten, the supply chains stretch longer and become fragile. Roads and rails creak under the weight of neglect. Investors, once eager, grow cautious, sensing a downturn they can't outrun. Lysenko's carefully staged loyalty photos with Putin may impress some, but they fail to mask growing uncertainty inside Belarus's borders. Beijing watches coldly, labeling Belarus as a strategic asset, but also a stubborn headache. Banks hesitate, weighed down by the looming threat of sanctions. What once looked like grand projects turn into empty promises or sluggish progress, as political strings tighten around technology transfers. Every loan requires heavy collateral and strict repayment plans, impossible to meet when foreign currency reserves slip away like sand through fingers. This cautious approach from China leaves Belarus caught in limbo. Instead of emergency aid, the country sees only slow, cautious deals, painfully insufficient to turn the tide. Those who make the journey abroad spot this void clearly. It's not just an economic failure, the political cost is mounting dangerously. The regime struggles to buy loyalty with dwindling resources. Mid-level officials, once bound to their posts, are discreetly making plans to start fresh beyond the borders. Even the security apparatus senses the erosion of public support. Propaganda churns out slogans, but the echo chamber weakens with every passing day. Coercion can momentarily silence discontent, yet each harsh blow chips away at the regime's long-term influence. Young people, once inspired by the state narrative, now turn away quietly, seeking truth in whispered conversations outside official channels. Networks built on personal gain begin to fray under the strain of crisis. Predictability, the lifeblood of control, is slipping away from Lysenko's grasp. Behind the scenes, defense and security structures bleed talent. The pool of reservists thins, and critical specialists vanish. Belarus grows more dependent on outside sources for technology and maintenance, undermining its own sovereignty. Could this unraveling signal the start of a collapse? Belarus stands at a precipice, its political and economic foundations shaking beneath the weight of internal decay and external pressures. What comes next might redefine the country's destiny forever. The shrinking patience of Belarus is no secret now. The fog of migration is not only draining its workforce but unraveling the very fabric that holds society together. The defense and security forces are losing vital specialists, emptying the ranks of those who once stood ready, and this gap is growing deeper each day. With fewer skilled hands, Belarus leans harder on foreign technology and maintenance, a dependence that only tightens the noose of vulnerability. Now, the true cost of staffing border security is rising sharply. Training cycles stall, education falters, and the system runs on rigid command rather than dynamic, market-driven solutions. This rigidity bleeds into productivity losses across the country's core functions. Belarusian land is seen less as a sovereign ground and more as an extension of Russian military logistics, a dangerous perception that places the nation firmly in the crosshairs of conflict. Yet, despite this looming threat, the leadership remains silent, keeping these mounting risks hidden from its people. On the surface, the effects of migration seem subtle. Neighborhoods quietly lose residents, classrooms shrink as children's laughter fades. The cultural pulse slows, artists, musicians, and creators vanish or move abroad. Factories still hum, but fewer new hands learn the craft. Company training programs are abandoned in favor of hiring fresh arrivals from beyond Belarus's borders. Civil society's heartbeat falters as volunteers dwindle. Even weddings are marked by whispered plans of departure, and newborns grow up listed as citizens of foreign lands. The story of Belarus is now being told far from its own soil. Is there a way back from this growing void? Lysenko's persistent vows of loyalty to Moscow have only deepened despair. When people feel stripped of choice, hope withers fast. Faced with a bleak horizon, society fractures, some retreat in silence, giving up on their role in building the nation, while an ever-expanding crowd takes to the roads, trains, and borders in quiet escape. This mass departure isn't just a statistic, it's a daily rupture. Empty seats in classrooms, silent hospital beds, absent faces at workplaces, all stark reminders of Belarus's unraveling future. Looking ahead, three ominous currents shape the nation's fate in the coming year. What will this mean for Belarus? Can its people hold on to their homeland? Or is Belarus destined to be written into history by those who left? The answers remain suspended, waiting for the next turn of events. Before we dive in, let's recap the painful reality. The numbers aren't just dry statistics, they are painful scenes playing out every day. Empty classrooms. Vacant clinic rooms. Farewells at train stations. Each empty seat here means someone began a new life far away. Belarus is quietly giving up its future. Over the next year, there are 3 urgent trends threatening to deepen this crisis. First, if economic hardships worsen, expect the migration tide to not just persist but surge. Second, even with tighter European borders, the loss of skilled workers will keep flowing through specialized programs. Third, without any easing of political pressure at home, silent resistance will keep fueled by those walking away. Rumors of financial aid from Russia and China may spark brief hope. But deep structural cracks will soon shatter that optimism. The Belarusian public's desire to avoid war is unwavering. And the country simply cannot diversify its economy overnight. Political reopening? There are no signs. The mass departure might not have peaked yet. Here's the shocking truth: decisions about Belarus's fate aren't being made in parliament or on ballots, but at border crossings. Passports have replaced voting papers. Train platforms have taken the place of public squares. Lease contracts substitute for propaganda. Instead of rallying cries, people are signing up for language courses. What once was meant to be temporary is becoming permanent. Every person leaving shrinks Belarus bit by bit. Local towns are hit with unexpected costs from rising fuel demands and disruptions. The psychological toll of the crisis ripples through conversations at gas stations, through dwindling online orders, and shrinking grocery carts. Belarus used to measure peace by how full the gas pumps were. Now, that gauge flashes red. At first, officials tried to calm the public. This is just controlled maintenance, they claimed. Temporary technical interruptions. But satellite images, open-source videos, and fire alerts tell a different story. 2 major fuel hubs hit within just 2 weeks. This was no accident. The intensity screams sabotage, not a mere glitch. So what does all this mean? Is the energy crisis pushing Belarus towards collapse? Is the regime's grip slipping as hope evaporates? And can this spiraling chaos be stopped before it consumes everything? The answers lie just beyond the border, but the real question is, will Belarus find a future before it's too late? The question, whose side are you on, and why, echoes far beyond the broadcast studios. It reverberates through living rooms, factories, and lonely train stations across Belarus. As Moscow battles its own internal fires, it inadvertently exposes Minsk's vulnerabilities. Flames rage through Russia's energy grid, and Kremlin's instinct is to shield its home market first. Whispers spread that Moscow has been siphoning Belarusian fuel stocks, channeling resources through Belarus to quench Russia's own shortages. These emergency diversions stoke fears of worsening fuel scarcity within Belarus, deepening the sense that Minsk has become a mere afterthought to its powerful neighbor. Imagine standing at a gas station as the sun sinks behind grim clouds. The smell of burnt rubber blends with the anxious murmurs of drivers clutching empty tanks. One market, one destiny, the slogan insists, yet for ordinary people, it feels like a cruel joke. They are the ones caught in the crossfire, paying the true price. Fuel is the lifeblood of any economy. When its flow falters, an entire nation begins to choke. Belarus, already strangled by years of sanctions, now faces rising transport costs that bleed both wallets and spirits dry. The fragile supply chain for chemicals, sensors, and essential refinery parts teeters on collapse. Fear of extended sanctions only tightens this noose. Picture a dark workshop where vital refinery machines groan under the weight of delays, catalysts and automation parts stuck in limbo. Every missing piece pushes production closer to failure. At home, prices spike uncontrollably. Basic goods become luxuries, while wages stubbornly lag. Dissatisfaction ignites like dry tinder, fuel for a growing fire of distrust that spreads through the population. The deeper this crisis sinks, the thicker the walls of disbelief and anxiety grow. It is a vicious cycle, falling confidence feeding unrest, unrest eroding confidence further. Alexander Lukashenko's options shrink by the day. With neighbors tightening their grip and the EU sanctions biting harder, how can he steer Belarus away from collapse without breaking Moscow's wrath? This is more than a political balancing act, it is a race against time to save a nation's future from slipping through its fingers. The question lingers sharply in the cold air of every city street and rural village: how long before the cracks become an irreparable chasm? What will Lukashenko choose? Submission to Moscow's will, risking the country's ruin, or a desperate gamble for independence at the cost of powerful enemies? The next chapter in Belarus's survival story is about to unfold under these shadows. The story so far: the soaring price premiums abroad and unstable exchange rates hit Belarusian shoppers hard. Wages lag behind, stirring unrest and deepening distrust. Alexander Lukashenko's options grow narrower by the day. The cycle of frustration feeds on itself, tightening the noose around both government and citizens. Now, imagine this dilemma: pressing Moscow harder for fuel and cash might offer a fleeting fix, but at what cost? Secondary sanctions loom larger, and every small avenue to European markets shuts tightly. Even signaling a slight shift toward Europe could ease internal tension, but risk provoking Kremlin fury. Caught in this squeeze, Minsk's balancing act becomes a dangerous game. Meanwhile, cozy photos with Beijing offer some political theater. Yet China craves cheap, steady supplies, never political chaos. It wants neither risk nor rebellion linked to Belarus. So, what remains? Calm at the pump and rubles in the treasury. But when both begin to dry up, that's when the government's grip weakens irrevocably. For years, the regime rested its fragile stability on two pillars: low daily tension and affordable essentials. Fuel lay at the heart of both. But now, images of endless queues at gas stations shatter that fragile foundation. This is not a phenomenon confined to Minsk's urban glow, it gnaws more fiercely in the provinces. Long-haul freight slows, farmers face soaring diesel costs, small shocks ripple into tidal waves along food supply chains. The subtle heartbeat of Belarus's economy falters. The response? Short-term patchwork, rationed pumps, timed sales, tiered prices. A heavy police presence. These may dress the wound but won't heal the underlying infection. The true enemy is a fractured supply rhythm and a shattered trust. The friendship pipeline, once a proud symbol, has become a cruel joke, a political weapon severing the very lifeline of the nation. Watching the infrastructure meant to keep Belarus moving become a pawn of power game strips away any hope that economics can be kept separate from politics. When that pipeline station burns or is sabotaged, it's more than just engineers scrambling, it's a psychological blow to every citizen who thought their lives were stable. Moscow tightens its domestic market protections, understandable from their view. But for Belarus, it feels like a fire burning from within, consuming hope and fueling despair. What happens next? Will Lukashenko find a way out of this tightening vice, without betraying Putin or losing his people? Or is Belarus sliding toward a reckoning no one can stop? The sparks at the pipeline may be only the prelude. Will the heart of the country keep beating, or will it falter under the weight of shattered trust and endless queues? In the heart of Belarus, a storm brews as desperation and fear grip the population. Panic spreads like wildfire, igniting the streets as citizens scramble for a way out. Thick clouds of uncertainty loom overhead, casting shadows over the dreams of countless families yearning for a brighter future. Citizens clutch small suitcases, their one-way tickets clutched tightly in hand, as they gather at train stations that echo with the sounds of hurried footsteps and hushed conversations. What drives this exodus? Why are Belarusians fleeing their homeland in droves? In just 4 years, the number of those seeking refuge in the European Union has skyrocketed to an astonishing 175,000. Polish border guards report over 5,200 attempts to cross the border in a single month this August alone. But this is not merely a quest for better job opportunities, it's a profound statement against the oppressive regime. As the government, under the iron fist of Alexander Lukashenko, aligns itself with Moscow and Beijing, the people are turning their backs, seeking freedom and safety at the gates of Schengen. The reasons for this mass departure are clear and compelling. A regime of relentless repression has taken hold since 2020, with mass arrests and the criminalization of dissent silencing voices of resistance. Civil society has been dismantled, independent media stifled, and fear has seeped into the fabric of daily life. Those who remain are left to wonder, how much longer can we endure this tyranny? For many, the answer lies in leaving, in seeking security and predictability far from the chaos of their homeland. As if the political climate were not enough, the specter of war looms large. The Belarusian territory has been exploited as a launchpad for Russian aggression in Ukraine, igniting fierce internal debates. Earlier, we saw how Belarus is trapped between escalating sanctions and faint hopes of easing tensions with Europe. The fuel crisis at the heart of the nation exposes cracks that are more than just about energy. Now, the boiling question is, how deeply will this blow to fuel supplies shake the very foundation of Lysenko's fragile rule? Behind every empty gas pump lies a story of desperation, economy shrinking, and politics unraveling. The attacks on the Druzhba pipeline and its pumping stations have halted the steady river of oil into Belarus, forcing refineries to operate in staggered shifts, barely keeping the engines of industry running. Imagine factories humming erratically, workers forced into uncertain schedules. The once flowing lifeblood of Belarus's economy has turned into a sputtering drip. Freight costs skyrocket, insurance premiums balloon, and spare parts essential for refinery operations are harder and costlier than ever to obtain. The country's budget feels the weight, consumers tighten their belts as the shopping baskets grow emptier. These economic tremors ripple into social unrest. The surge in migration signals a population losing hope. Small rebellions bubble beneath the surface, whispered conversations about volunteer networks take root, and the security apparatus strains under mounting pressure. Every empty pump, every price hike, every long line at a petrol station, silently asks the same question: is stability just an illusion? Moscow, too, feels the pinch. With Europe's borders firmly shut and China offering low prices as buyers but little political relief. Defending Belarus's crumbling energy infrastructure demands vast resources. The cost of staying the guarantor for Lysenko's regime pushes Russia into a costly balancing act. Inside Belarus, the population senses injustice and growing inequality. Why endure shortages while Moscow appears untouchable? So, what's the path ahead for Lysenko? The answer is stark. It begins with the gas pumps and ends at every cash register. The government must guarantee uninterrupted fuel supply, remove rationing, and stabilize prices quickly. Behind this lies a complex web, securing transparent oil and parts deliveries, unlocking external financing, navigating diplomatic channels to ease insurance and freight hurdles, and loosening banking restrictions that throttle commerce. Without bold, visible action that touches lives immediately, the cracks in the regime won't just widen, they will become chasms swallowing Belarus whole. But here's the twist few expected: does Lysenko really have the freedom to act, or is he caught in a chokehold between Moscow's demands and his own crumbling authority? If he bows to Russian pressure, he risks igniting further unrest at home. Defying Putin invites retaliation. This is no ordinary crisis, it's a high-stakes game where every decision tightens the noose, and one wrong move could trigger a cascade of chaos. Will Belarus find a way out, or is this the beginning of a plunge into darkness? In the last chapter, we saw how rapid inflation and a tanking ruble have squeezed everyday life in Belarus. Despite central bank efforts to hold back rising prices by hiking interest rates, the move backfired. Tight credit strangled investment and consumer spending. Banks grew shaky, driving many to stash cash outside the system, worsening an already deep liquidity crisis. Now, bankruptcies are mounting. Jobs are vanishing in both private firms and government offices, stirring public anger. Young people, especially, are fleeing, their hope for a future in Belarus nearly extinguished. Imagine streets quieter than before, once bustling shops closed or shuttered. Across borders with Poland, Lithuania, and Ukraine, the number of unauthorized crossings has surged over 2 years. The IT specialists, the very people who could ignite Belarus's future, are slipping away like sand through fingers, settling abroad where opportunity breathes. But the blow doesn't stop here. The EU's 18th sanctions package, aimed squarely at Minsk and Moscow, has hammered energy supplies. Belarus's refineries, hungry for Russian crude, are now starved. Sanctions halt the flow, blocking refiners from selling to Western markets. As a result, many plants cut back operations. Less processing means slashed export cash and dwindling tax income. The state's already fragile budget is bleeding. Pensions, once promised guarantees, arrive late or faded in real value. Teachers and civil servants wait for salaries that erode against inflation. Hospitals echo with empty shelves where medicines should be. Schools freeze. Caught in a chokehold of halted investments. The social fabric frays beneath these conditions. Is this merely an economic slump, or the unraveling of a state's power? Who will stand when the government's promises are nothing but hollow echoes and empty corridors? As public patience thins and resources dry up, the question looms, can Lysenko's regime weather a storm not just economic, but existential? With livelihoods slipping through cracks and hope migrating with the young, Belarus stands on a knife's edge. What comes next may shatter the fragile calm, or ignite a resistance no words can silence. And just as the state budget gasps for air, a new crisis dashes closer: fuel shortages, pipeline strikes, and the ever-tightening noose of sanctions. The engines of this crisis rumble louder, reshaping destinies. What will it take before the dam bursts? Keep listening. Before we dive deeper, remember the last part: public workers in small towns and rural areas are struggling as inflation eats away their meager raises. Hospitals run short on medicine, schools don't get funding, and the government's grip on information weakens. Now, the whispers among the people are getting louder, and the cracks in the regime's foundation are beginning to show. The most alarming shift? Those who once stood firmly with the regime are now raising their voices. Rural residents and state workers, long considered the regime's backbone, are openly complaining about soaring living costs and shrinking paychecks. This is no longer just opposition leaders or urban activists voicing discontent. This is the very heart of the loyal base turning uneasy. Imagine a quiet town square where the usual nods of approval give way to furrowed brows and hushed frustrations. The regime's usual censorship walls crumble under the flood of social media and independent news channels. No matter how much the official narrative blames external enemies, the people see the truth: the crisis is born from the leadership's own failures. Lysenko's close bond with Putin was once seen as a protective shield. Cheap energy and generous loans from Moscow kept this fragile economy breathing. But now, that lifeline is fraying. Russia itself is sinking into economic stagnation, unable or unwilling to continue pumping support into Belarus. Moscow's tightening grip on its own budget means fewer loans for Minsk, forcing Belarus to scramble for cash at home. The government borrowing internally has sent interest rates sky high, making investing in the country a risky gamble. The economic door to the West remains firmly shut, with Brussels and Washington demanding real change before loosening sanctions. But for Lysenko, turning away from Moscow means destabilizing his rule. He is trapped between a rock and a hard place. Can a leader survive when his strongest allies question his choices? When the very people who once shielded him start doubting? And when the economy trembles beneath his feet, strangled by dependence and poor decisions? The stage is set for a reckoning far beyond what anyone imagined. What comes next? The last threads holding this crumbling regime together may soon snap. The European Union and the United States remain steadfast in holding the Belarusian government accountable for its involvement in the conflict in Ukraine. They insist on a fundamental shift in policy before any easing of sanctions can be considered. Yet, Alexander Lysenko faces a ruthless dilemma: distancing himself from Moscow would unravel the very foundation of his grip on power. Belarus is teetering on the edge of collapse. This isn't a distant warning, it's the harsh reality unfolding in real time. Skyrocketing inflation, a banking system on the brink of failure, ballooning budget deficits, and the steady erosion of everyday purchasing power gnaw relentlessly at Lysenko's regime. The tension in Minsk simmers beneath the surface, but the cracks are widening. A storm of public fury is gathering, building in strength as the economic crisis deepens and desperation grows. What could pull Belarus back from this precipice? It seems only two paths remain: a massive bailout from Moscow or a bold realignment toward the West. But both roads are blocked by political fear, mistrust, and rigid alliances. This paralysis traps the nation in a chokehold. Lysenko's future, like the country's fragile economy, looks dangerously uncertain as he clings to a failing status quo. Beneath the surface, a far more fragile enemy lurks: Belarus's shattered banking system. The European Union's 18th sanctions package, launched in July 2025, strikes deep and hard. It targets not just Russian energy and finance but every financial artery linked to Belarus's economy. State-owned Belarusian banks find themselves isolated. International correspondent accounts vanish overnight, assets freeze, and fresh borrowing dries up. This financial lockout has crippled the flow of money. Payments for imports, once settled within days, now drag on for weeks. Businesses, trapped in this nightmare, cannot replenish supplies quickly enough. Inventory piles up. Panic spreads. Meanwhile, citizens working abroad find their money trapped in transit, adding fuel to a growing desperation. Imagine standing in a dimly lit room, each minute stretching endlessly as families watch their savings dwindle, waiting for transfers that never come. The air hangs heavy with frustration, the dull clatter of payment delays echoing like a countdown to economic meltdown. This is Belarus today, a nation shackled by its own choices, caught between external pressure and internal collapse. The question looms, can Lysenko navigate out of this storm, or will the bolts holding this fragile house of cards snap, plunging Belarus into chaos? Previously, we saw how payment delays for goods and services, plus slow money transfers from workers abroad, threw the economy into chaos. What once took days now drags on for weeks, freezing business inventories and driving desperate demand for foreign currency. The cracks in the system were only beginning to widen. Now, imagine banks locking down access to foreign currency with strict daily and weekly withdrawal limits. This move, meant to safeguard liquidity, only deepened the public's panic. Confidence evaporated. The banking sector turned into a bottleneck, choking off credit and sending borrowing costs soaring. The central bank tried to fight inflation by hiking interest rates again and again, but this only tightened the noose around businesses. Small and medium companies found themselves trapped, unable to invest or even roll over loans. Bankruptcy notices piled up. Factories and stores shut their doors. Jobs vanished, especially in retail, construction, and manufacturing sectors reliant on imports. Official unemployment numbers barely told the story. Behind the scenes, underemployment, part-time work, and informal jobs rose sharply. The true scale of joblessness lurked beneath the surface. The sanctions hit like a hammer on Belarus's lifeblood, exports. Fertilizers and refined petroleum products once brought in vital income. Now, those channels slammed shut. Western markets closed their doors. Attempts to reroute sales through third countries drew intense scrutiny. Baltic ports, once bustling hubs for Belarusian goods, shut down to them. The government tried pivoting east, sending shipments through Russian ports. But congestion and soaring freight costs made this a costly detour. Asian demand simply couldn't fill the gap left by Europe. The result? Export revenues plunged, draining foreign exchange reserves at an alarming rate. To slow the hemorrhage, the central bank imposed import restrictions. But this only starved the domestic market. Shelves emptied. Prices soared. Inflation, already burning, flared uncontrollably. People found essentials harder to buy. Food shortages became common. The economic storm grew fiercer. How long can a country endure when the lifelines of trade and finance are severed? When trust in banks dissolves like mist under the sun? Belarus now faces a harsh reckoning. The pressure on its economy, businesses, and people is mounting every day. The question looms, will the cracks widen until the whole system fractures? Or can this fragile state somehow find a way back from the edge? In the previous chapter, we saw how Belarus spiraled into economic chaos. Export revenues plunged, foreign currency reserves evaporated, and the central bank's desperate import restrictions backfired. Empty shelves and soaring inflation became the new normal. Now, the crisis tightens its grip with a brutal sting. Food prices keep climbing, and everyday life is becoming unbearable. Imagine walking into a market where the variety has vanished. The shelves are half empty, and the few goods left seem to grow more expensive by the day. This isn't just inflation, it's a creeping hunger gnawing at families. Basic products are harder to find, and prices shift weekly like an unpredictable storm. For pensioners, the struggle is desperate. Balancing meager pensions between food, medicine, and soaring energy bills feels like walking a razor's edge. Government subsidies once meant to ease the pain now crumble under the weight of relentless price jumps. Electricity and heating costs climb steadily, casting a shadow of dread over the coming winter. Will the cold months bring a breaking point? This economic squeeze isn't just about numbers, it's fracturing trust. The people of Belarus are pulling away from a government that once promised stability. For years, Lukashenko's grip on power rested on two pillars: steady employment and a stable economy. Both pillars now lie in ruins. Unemployment rises sharply, inflation devours savings, purchasing power plummets. The confidence that once shielded the regime is cracking. Independent polls reveal a haunting truth: many no longer believe in the government's plans or its ability to fix the crisis. The silence from Minsk towards the west deepens the void, sealing off any hope for reconciliation or relief. Here's the twist: the regime's closest ally, Moscow, is no longer a lifeline, it's a millstone. Sanctions hitting Russia after the Ukraine invasion automatically crush Belarus too. Moscow's own economic struggles mean it can no longer prop up Minsk with cheap loans or discounted energy. The Kremlin's promises of support have faded, leaving Belarus stranded in a storm of its own making. The very alliance meant to secure Belarus's future now threatens to drag it further into despair. So, what happens when a country loses both its economic stability and its allies? How long before the people's frustration erupts beyond silent discontent? The coming chapters will reveal whether Belarus can survive this perfect storm, or if it will become a cautionary tale of power lost in the cold winds of crisis. The autumn of 2025 is pivotal, a clash of power, tension, and desperation. As whispers of impending conflict swirl, both sides intensify their military postures. Poland is bolstering its defenses with a permanent stockpile intended for strategic rotations, while in Belarus, discussions are escalating to solidify military alliances and integrate defense systems under a unified command. This is not a fleeting moment, it marks the beginning of a prolonged confrontation. Why the focus on Suwałki? This narrow corridor between the Baltic states and Poland is NATO's Achilles heel, a critical supply route vulnerable to disruption. Both factions are poised to send veiled messages. One will suggest a lockdown without explicitly stating so, while the other seeks to maintain open lines through agility and coordination. What role does this play in the Ukrainian conflict? It's not about issuing commands to the front line directly, but the implications are vast. As military exercises unfold, there's an unspoken tension and an expectation of sudden escalation. The state of Belarus becomes a stage where not just troops, but the very fate of nations, teeters on the edge. The specter of a renewed war looms, as each side maneuvers in an intricate dance of deterrence, revealing not only military might but the fragility of political alliances. Yet, amidst these military drills, the people's reality is starkly different. An exodus is underway, as families frantically seek safe passages, haunted by the uncertainty of their tomorrow. They wonder, will the doors to freedom close forever? A long-standing repression in Belarus has birthed a movement. Thousands are fleeing the regime's grasp. The past 4 years have seen a staggering rise in immigration, with nearly 1 million Belarusians seeking refuge. Some escape long lines at gas stations, others flee from empty shelves, and all are driven by a primal instinct for survival. As Lukashenko faces mounting public discontent, the air brims with tension, punctuated by the anxious murmurs of citizens who dream of a stable future. Yet the regime stands firm, its hold tenuous at best. Will the cracks in their facade widen? Will the populace rise against the ever-tightening grip of oppression? The stakes have never been higher. In every corner of Belarus, citizens wrestle with their choices, as their government grapples with obliterating realities. With economic despair deepening, the demand for change grows louder. Can Lukashenko maintain his grip on power amidst this swirling chaos, or will history mark this moment as the beginning of his downfall? As the season turns and tensions escalate, the world watches closely. Will September dawn as a harbinger of conflict or allow for a fragile peace? The answer hangs in the balance, teetering on the edges of desperation and resilience. The stage is set, and the players are moving. What will the coming days reveal? In the heart of Eastern Europe, a storm is brewing in a country caught in the grips of despair. The situation in Belarus has reached a critical juncture, as the heavy hand of the regime tightens its grip. A once stable nation is now teetering on the edge of economic collapse, with citizens fleeing in droves. But what is driving this mass exodus? The current economic crisis is exacerbated by the Kremlin's inability to provide Belarus with the financial support it once did. For years, Russia offered Belarus low-interest loans and favorable energy deals, but now these lifelines have been severed. This abandonment has pushed Belarus deeper into a budget deficit, forcing the government to borrow more domestically. However, rising interest rates are suffocating the economy further, creating a vicious cycle. As borrowing costs soar, investment and consumption plummet. The result? A crumbling economy and a population growing increasingly restless. Amid the chaos, the sanctions imposed by the European Union are taking their toll, particularly on the banking and energy sectors. The political pressure on the regime is mounting, as opposition voices grow louder, capitalizing on the discontent brewing among loyal supporters. And hope slip through Belarus's fingers like sand. The brain drain intensifies, deepening the crisis. The 18th round of EU sanctions cuts deep, crippling an economy already gasping for air. Prices soar uncontrollably, while banks freeze under the weight of international isolation. Caught between a rock and a hard place, the Lukashenko regime lacks the courage to mend ties with the West. At the same time, the purchasing power of the people is dwindling as prices skyrocket uncontrollably. The banking system lies in paralysis, isolated from the international community. As the government clings to power, the people are left to wonder, how much longer can this charade continue? Social unrest, shaking the foundations of power. The question is no longer if Belarus will collapse, but when. What will happen when the pressure finally breaks the dam? The clock is ticking, and the nation holds its breath. In a world where secrets whisper across turbulent waters, the stage is set for a clash of technological warfare that transcends traditional naval power. Poland's clandestine chaos trials along its coasts are not mere experiments, they represent a significant shift in geopolitical dynamics. This upheaval emerges from the integration of autonomous maritime operations in Europe. Imagine a fleet of low-cost, networked surface drones gliding stealthily across the Baltic Sea. Their radar signatures are so diminished that they slip past even the most advanced detection systems, all while delivering a fierce political impact that rattles Moscow's coastal defenses near Kaliningrad. This approach mirrors the ambitions to disable China's island fortifications in the Pacific, employing a multi-tiered armada of unmanned surface vehicles, or USVs. Strategic cunning has reshaped the rules of engagement, replacing classic metrics of naval superiority with an arsenal of code. The cost of traditional naval warfare spirals as both Moscow and Beijing find themselves ensnared in a cycle of escalating defense budgets, forced to combat an inexpensive swarm of autonomous vehicles powered by cutting-edge technology. In this age, steel hulls give way to advanced carbon composite structures, while an admiral's logbook is supplanted by sophisticated Python scripts. The balance of power is reframed, no longer measured in ships' tonnage but rather in the intricate ballet of algorithms. The inaugural silent strike of this new doctrine heralds a profound paradigm shift, one that recasts naval warfare in stark light. Simultaneously, this innovative strategy ties directly into NATO's broader plans to disrupt adversaries beyond Europe, linking efforts across the Atlantic and into the Arctic. A seamless logistical narrative unfolds, wherein real-time data streams from naval operations begin to wire themselves into the fabric of Allied intelligence. Reliably connecting British type systems with Polish swarms and Norwegian autonomous submarines, the concept of a Baltic Sea rail corridor is birthed, an intricate web of coordination that elevates maritime prowess into a digital age. Each thrust in this narrative beckons a question: how will traditional powers navigate this brave new world of warfare that hinges on speed, stealth, and intelligence? As tensions rise, the maritime landscape is set for a transformation that could redefine the very essence of naval battles. And so, one wonders, will the old guard bend to the will of these emergent technologies? Will they adapt or become obsolete in the wake of a new maritime revolution? A once powerful local media empire loyal to Moscow, Zaria Baltisk, has crumbled under the weight of tax debts. Its downfall hasn't just shuttered a business, it has ripped away a vital pillar of the propaganda machine in the region. Many of its journalists were ushered to Lithuanian outlets, scattering the voices that once spun the Kremlin's narrative with relentless force. This collapse is more than financial trouble, it symbolizes the unraveling grip of Russian influence where it once seemed unshakable. Looking at the bigger picture, the tension surrounding Kaliningrad is no longer about direct military seizures. Instead, it has evolved into a high-stakes game of economic strangulation, a grinding gas squeeze designed to push the enclave closer toward the European West. The goal isn't to turn the population into soldiers defending a front line, it's a strategic pressure cooker slowly forcing a social and political transformation from within. What was once a stubborn Russian stronghold now strains under isolation, reminiscent of the cracks forming along the Ukrainian front. Time and resources are running out for Moscow to maintain control. The future of this Baltic exclave is slipping beyond Kremlin control. Decision-making power increasingly belongs to the locals and NATO's watchful strategists, poised just across the border. Three converging pressures are reshaping the region's destiny. First, the idea of Kaliningrad as an impenetrable A2/a fortress, a heavily militarized zone defended by an Iskander missile battalion, is losing relevance. Modern integrated air defense systems turn the skies into a digital cage. From Lithuania, Poland, and American bases in a strategic triangle, the PAC-3 MSE and THADCW networks, combined with SM-6 missiles mounted on Aegis destroyers patrolling nearby waters, create a 360-degree layered shield. This digital iron dome effectively boxes the Baltic fleet in, banishing any illusion of air superiority or freedom of movement. Second, the economic lifelines have been choked. Key transportation and supply routes that once brought goods, energy, and support to Kaliningrad are progressively disrupted. This squeezing of logistical arteries isn't merely an inconvenience, it's a calculated move to fracture Russia's foothold without a shot being fired on its soil. The fallout of these pressures reveals a geopolitical chess match played not with tanks alone, but with sanctions, supply chain cutoffs, and invisible digital weaponry. The once untouchable status of Kaliningrad slips away, turning it into an isolated island, vulnerable from within and without. As new blockades form and the information channels fall silent, one burning question pierces the tension: can Moscow reverse this tide, or has the enclave's fate already been sealed by a slow, suffocating embrace? The clock is ticking, and the answers lie in the hands of those trapped inside and the eyes fixed just beyond the borders. Just moments ago, we spoke of strict discipline as the force eliminating misunderstandings in a tense world. Today, alliances are under pressure like never before. Rival blocs are locking themselves into rigid formations, tightening controls over economic systems and everyday networks alike. Imagine two colossal military exercises, one geographical stage, one ticking countdown, unfolding simultaneously. The question pierces the fog of uncertainty: which side's deterrence will hold firm? As the stakes rise, the atmosphere crackles with anticipation. Every move could ripple through global stability. This is no ordinary story, it is the turning point in a deep, ongoing security saga. What will tip the scales in this high-stakes game? The answer lies ahead, waiting to be revealed. The tension remains thick in the air. Last time, we saw how both sides prepare for multiple paths, striving for tactical surprise and flexibility. The arrival of F-35 jets in Poland marks a new chapter in this high-stakes chess game between powerful forces. Yet, the withdrawal of Zapad troops into Belarus adds another layer of mystery and suspicion. Officially, this move aims to ease tensions. But history reminds us that past withdrawals told a different story. Numbers announced seldom matched the reality on the ground. Satellite watchers and open-source sleuths already comb through images, train manifests, and troop movements, trying to expose the truth. September is no ordinary month. It's the crucible where exercises and intelligence efforts collide, where plans and realities face off. But here's the real question: what hides in the shadows? The sound of an approaching aircraft, the sudden buildup at the border. Is it just a drill or something more? Could a reconnaissance plane have strayed into restricted airspace? Is a heavy flow of trucks a logistical stage or a probing challenge to border defenses? Clarifying these moments is critical. That's why deconfliction lines exist, direct, instant communication channels to solve misunderstandings before they spiral out of control. But communication alone is not enough. Discipline must be ironclad. Without it, a single false alarm could spark chaos. Every call, every conversation must land in the right hands, swiftly and accurately. The cost of error here is more than just confusion, it's the domino that could trigger wider conflict. Meanwhile, the battle for public opinion quietly rages on too. Headlines can become weapons of morale, numbers on the street stir emotions, but control over the skies conveys power. Which side will narrate September's events convincingly? The winner gains more than just a tactical edge, they win quiet confidence among decision-makers. Those leaders can then breathe easier, both at home and on the international stage. Yet, as the calendar flips, the question lingers, when the phone rings, will it connect the right voices before it's too late? Or will the fog of missteps deepen, pulling the region closer to an irreversible breaking point? In the previous part, we saw nearly 1 million people fleeing to the European Union over just 4.5 years, a staggering movement that reveals a silent exodus. Yet, these figures don't tell the whole story. Many have also taken routes to places like Georgia, Armenia, North America, or other destinations beyond Central Europe. This reveals a deeper crisis. The country is hemorrhaging not only citizens but vital resources, its working force, tax income, and social fabric are draining away. Why is this happening now? Since 2020, the grip of oppression in Belarus has tightened relentlessly. Mass arrests and sweeping prosecutions have turned dissent into a crime. Laws targeting opposition groups leave no breathing room for political freedom, civil society has been crushed or forced underground like shadows fleeing the daylight. Independent journalists either flee abroad or fall silent as media outlets shut their doors one after another. The once porous political landscape is now sealed tight, making every day feel like a dangerous tightrope walk. An unyielding system of instant punishment replaced any sense of fairness or due process. In this atmosphere thick with fear, those who remain resist quietly, hiding their dissent behind closed doors. Those who decide to leave take a different path, resistance through departure, a final refusal to live under constant threat. A recurring echo from those who fled is the desperate clamor for security and stability, something increasingly unattainable at home. Many of these voices, once muffled, now resound in cities like Warsaw, Vilnius, and Berlin, where exiled journalists and former editors find refuge to speak out again. This invisible river of voices transforms silence into a powerful outward roar. But the crisis goes beyond political repression. It splits society itself, carved by mounting pressure to choose sides in a war not of their making. When Russian troops turned Belarus into a strategic platform in 2022, the nation's fragile unity cracked open. The official narrative of unbreakable alliance with Moscow deepens fears, especially when news breaks about the deployment of Russian tactical nuclear weapons on Belarusian soil. For many, this isn't just politics, it's an existential threat. Whispers fill kitchen tables across the country, we do not want to be part of this conflict. The public rhetoric bristles with warlike language, but private conversations tell a different story, a desperate longing to escape the shadow of danger. Fathers calculate the terrifying odds of being conscripted. Mothers question their children's futures, tapping into fears about education and jobs. Elders count their dwindling access to healthcare and stable services amid growing uncertainty. The question looming over every household is raw and urgent: where will my family be safe tomorrow? For countless Belarusians trapped in this uncertain calculus, the answer is clear: escape. Their footsteps lead straight to the border gates. The country's soul is unraveling quietly, as everyday life feels the growing pressure of political, social, and military storms swirling beyond control. What will happen when the exodus swells even further? Will Belarus survive this bleeding away of hope and life itself, or is a storm of historic change just about to break? Let's start by recalling the growing unrest that once echoed in front of Kremlin-aligned offices. This unrest is more than just noise, it's a spark fanning the flames of a wider campaign to tear down the veil of silence imposed by military and information isolation. NATO's plans hinge on this social strain, hoping to break through the shadows. Now, the story takes an unexpected direction deep inside Kaliningrad. Since 2024, satellite signals have been silently piercing through the walls of censorship. The Polish Ministry of Defense has been sending anonymous data packages to Kaliningrad's mobile networks using L-band satellites. This unusual signal is a lifeline for the younger generation trapped behind strict controls. Shockingly, 57% of these young people first reached foreign news sources only by using VPNs. Imagine the explosion of curiosity, fears, and hope flickering behind locked doors with every clandestine click. But the cracks run deeper than just disrupted media control. Inside the ranks, morale is crumbling. An incident at the 11th Corners Pawn Artillery Regiment revealed stolen fake ammunition, parts sold on the black market to fill desperate pockets. This isn't just theft, it's a red flag signaling chaos in discipline and supplies. As soldiers steal their own tools to survive, the very foundation of military order threatens to collapse. Meanwhile, Moscow's grip is slipping. The 336th Marine Infantry Brigade saw 180 soldiers refused contract renewals. To plug the gap, forces were rushed in from the Murman region, but reinforcement isn't a simple task. Supplies must traverse the narrow corridor around Dansk Bay. Yet, intensified NATO naval patrols in the Baltic Sea have turned this path into a gauntlet, blocking the Kremlin's reinforcements and deepening the security crisis. With morale dipping, the cycle spirals downward, smuggling spikes, refusals to serve spread, and the essential maintenance of technology falters. Combat effectiveness deteriorates, shaking not just military strength but public faith. Civilians quietly question if their protectors can shield them. Fear grows louder than any official broadcast. Adding a new layer of pressure, the Lithuanian parliament declared the militarization of Kaliningrad a threat to Baltic security in July 2025. This move isn't just political rhetoric, it opens the door for crippling sanctions targeting critical energy flows. The sanctions aim to choke payments linked to the Kaliningrad Nefta oil refinery, blocking foreign currency despite dodges through informal channels. The ultimate goal is brutal, forcing the shutdown of a vulnerable pipeline near the Mazury Lake district, a ticking environmental bomb. Where does this leave Kaliningrad? A city suffocating under information warfare, military decay, and economic stranglehold. The silent war unfolding in the shadows may soon explode into a sweeping crisis. And if the pressure on Kaliningrad breaks its fragile seams, what unpredictable domino effect will ripple through the whole region? The countdown has quietly begun. A hidden struggle unfolds in a tiny corner of Europe, where old power meets a new world rushing forward. Imagine a place sandwiched between NATO forces and a restless population steadily slipping away. This is the story of Kaliningrad, Russia's westernmost outpost, shrinking quietly as its fate hangs in the balance. Could this isolated enclave be the Kremlin's last stand, or the first domino in a chain reaction nobody is ready for? Just recently, experts revealed a staggering drop in Kaliningrad's population. Official data from 2022 showed about 1.48 million people. But by spring 2025, estimates plunge this to just 920,000. That's a massive loss, about 12% wiped away amid the chaos of war and sanctions. The hardest hit are young men, aged 20 to 40, silently vanishing from the city's streets and workplaces. Two brutal forces fuel this exodus. First, many reserve troops, forced from the enclave to serve on the war's front lines after a surprise mobilization in September 2022, simply didn't come back. Their contracts ended, but their lives took different routes. Second, thousands fled west, crossing into the European Union through Lithuania and Poland, now trapped by political walls of mutual sanctions, unable to return home even if they wanted to. Inside Kaliningrad, the ripples are turning into waves. A leaked document from late 2024 reveals the dire consequences, entire sectors groaning under the pressure. Schools and hospitals face a desperate shortage of staff, threatening basic services for those left behind. Empty classrooms, overworked nurses, and a community quietly unraveling. Why is this happening now? Wars reshape societies, but when that transformation happens in a prison without walls, the effects become sharper, more visible. Kaliningrad's armor is cracking, not just in military terms but deep in its very lifeblood. The streets grow quieter, shops see fewer customers. This is not just about numbers, it's about identity, hope, and survival. While the world watches armored columns and missile trajectories, an invisible battle rages beneath, the struggle to keep a city alive amid forces tearing it apart. How long can Kaliningrad hold on when its foundations are eroding day by day? Is this the Kremlin's final stronghold, or the first to fall silently, reshaping the map in ways no one dared imagine? The stakes are higher than ever. The age where raw tonnage of military might dominates is fading. A new era defined by technology, data, and human will is rising. The fate of places like Kaliningrad will be measured not just by tanks and guns but by the flow of people, ideas, and the fragile threads that keep societies from unraveling. What happens when the heart of an empire's frontline beats slower, when its pride and purpose drain away silently? The answer may reshape Europe's future without a single shot fired. Stay close, this story is only beginning, and the next chapter could shock you beyond belief. Imagine a silent ghost slipping through icy waters, undetected by even the most advanced sensors. This is no fantasy, it's the cutting-edge reality unfolding beneath the Baltic Sea's surface. Picture this, a Russian corvette or submarine leaves the port of Kaliningrad, its approach tracked simultaneously by 3 powerful sensor systems stationed along Europe's northern coast. But that's only the beginning. Earlier, we explored how a layered network of surveillance, combining stealthy Norwegian autonomous submarines, Polish drone swarms, and F-35Bs linked through secure data streams, creates a near-perfect mosaic of the maritime battlefield. Now, every shadow that moves in the Baltic is more than just a blip, it's a story unfolding in real time. When unmanned surface vessels, known as seagulls, launch from Norway's Håkonsvern base beyond the Arctic Circle, they add another layer to this intricate web. Detecting that same Russian vessel, their data streams instantly to a fusion center in Portsmouth. On Lithuanian Coast Guard radars, a dashed red line charts the vessel's path, an unmistakable warning. Russia fights back, deploying the advanced Pantsir-M missile batteries and the Swiss-upgraded Palomir systems. But these defenses face a new kind of warfare. A Polish-developed Havoc drone variant uses a ballistic gel coating on its 2.3-meter missile casing. This gel scatters radar waves, making the missile's signature mimic the dorsal fin of a whale, blending into the marine background. At the same time, an 8-bladed polymer propeller installed near the submarine's bow drastically cuts down the telltale vortex trails underwater by 60%. This clever engineering pushes the sub's presence beneath the detection threshold of Baltic low-frequency sonar systems, exploiting salinity and temperature layers to create a near-perfect blind spot. The economics of this silent duel are staggering. Kremlin's Pantsir-M missile batteries, stationed along Kaliningrad's coast in 2024, come with a hefty price tag, $15 million per battery and $400,000 per missile launch. Poland's Havoc program fields 30 prototype drones, each costing $450,000. If Russia fires a single battery volley, it's essentially throwing nearly the entire Polish drone fleet's budget into the abyss. Meanwhile, across the globe, the US prepares to unveil its own revolutionary naval technology. The large, medium, and small unmanned surface vehicle triad will make its first public appearance during exercises in the Philippines' Subic Bay. Notably, the large USV will be equipped with an MQ-25 tanker pod, designed to refuel F-35CS from the sea surface over 1,000 nautical miles. This innovation offers a cheaper alternative to China's costly hypersonic missile strategies aimed at crippling air defenses. But here's the question that haunts military strategists. As these silent, high-tech shadows dance beneath the waves, who truly holds the edge in this invisible war? Can the Kremlin's expensive missile shields withstand a flood of smart, elusive drones? Or will the future belong to those who master the art of disappearing in plain sight? The answers lie beneath the Baltic's cold surface, where every move could tip the balance of power. Previously, we explored the mounting pressure as Europe braces itself for a long, costly conflict. The question looms, will public support endure as energy prices soar and economies buckle? Now, the narrative shifts to a momentous decision that could redefine the continent's future. What if Europe steps onto the battlefield itself? This is not just about defending Kiev anymore. It is Europe etching its own fate, a move not seen since the shadows of World War II. Imagine the tremors this would send through history, Europe no longer a bystander but a direct actor in war. Could such a bold step tip the scales, shaking the very foundations of power in Moscow? The Ukrainian conflict has morphed into a deadly race of speed and firepower. Putin gambled on buying time, hoping to wear down opposition. But that engine has roared back to life. France and Germany, long hesitant, have synchronized their moves for the first time in this crisis. On one day alone, 3 pivotal decisions were unveiled, signals not just of support for Ukraine but of a clear warning to the Kremlin. patience has evaporated. Picture the tense atmosphere on August 29. Macron's voice cut through the silence, accelerating action instead of slowing it down. Merkel did not close the door, she pushed it open wider. Macron even declared that if Putin refuses a direct meeting with Zelensky, it would be a political blunder of immense proportions, a message that pushed Washington and Berlin into faster gears. This shift legitimized three crucial realities in Europe. The continent is not just aligning behind Ukraine, it is preparing to take an active role. The stakes have escalated beyond diplomacy into the realm of decisive action. Will this break the deadlock? Or will it ignite a new chapter of uncertainty? The clock is ticking, and Europe's next move will echo far beyond the battlefield. Imagine a nation gripped by quiet panic, where small suitcases and one-way tickets whisper a silent truth at empty train stations. This is the story of a mass exodus, unfolding right now, a wave so vast it threatens to reshape a country's very soul. Over the past 4 years, nearly 1 million people have fled, seeking safety and hope beyond borders. What drives this desperate flight? And what does it mean for the future of a land caught between giants? The tale begins with the stark reality of thousands slipping away every month. In August alone, Polish border guards recorded over 5,000 attempts to cross illegally. These aren't isolated incidents. They reveal a powerful shift, a society turning its back on a regime deeply entwined with Moscow and Beijing. The streets may seem calm, but beneath the surface, a silent rebellion is swelling. Why are people leaving in droves? The reasons stack high: relentless political repression, the shadow of war creeping ever closer, and a crumbling economy. At the heart of this crisis stands Alexander Lysenko, whose repeated pledges of loyalty to Putin have come at a staggering cost, an exodus nearing 1 million souls. EU records paint a chilling picture, from 149,000 new residence permits in 2021, to a shocking 309,000 in 2022, and a steady flow of roughly 280,000 in 2023. Even now, in 2024 and 2025, tens of thousands continue to leave, turning a trickle into a flood. This mass departure isn't just about jobs or better pay. It's a vote with feet against a political reality many refuse to accept. The country's direction is forcibly locked towards Moscow and Beijing. But the people's gaze is fixed on the gates of Shenzhen and beyond. The pressure mounts like a storm: mass arrests, criminal charges against any hint of opposition, and the silencing of independent voices. Journalists and activists, once the country's conscience, have been exiled or forced underground, their stories now whispered from Warsaw, Vilnius, and Berlin. Inside, fear and uncertainty grip every household. Men weigh the terrifying possibility of compulsory military service. Women question their futures, their access to education and work. The elderly seek stability, medicine, care, a chance to live without dread. Families ask themselves a haunting question every morning: where will we wake up tomorrow? For many, the only answer lies beyond the border. But the crisis doesn't end there. A more immediate threat has pushed this fragile society to the brink: a severe fuel shortage that has darkened streets and emptied gas stations. Long queues stretch for hours, patience runs thin, and anger simmers beneath the surface. Ukraine's strategic strikes have severed vital oil pipelines feeding the country, cutting off lifelines and shaking the regime's claim to control. Lysenko's dilemma is clear: remain tied to Russian energy and risk his people's fury, or seek alternatives and earn Putin's wrath. The energy chokehold reveals the regime's vulnerability, exposing a fragile grip on power. As pipeline fires blaze and supply lines falter, the consequences ripple across daily life. Taxi drivers slow their routes, public transport becomes scarce, and the once predictable hum of city life falters. The economy reels from one of its harshest storms since the Soviet collapse. European sanctions tighten like a noose, targeting Minsk's energy and financial arteries, pushing the regime further into isolation. The question now looms large: can this chain of crises topple a government long thought untouchable? Or will Lysenko cling to power, trapped between the anger of his people and the demands of an unpredictable ally? This is more than a political struggle. It is a human drama, an unfolding epic where every petrol station, every packed train, and every silent suitcase tells a story of hope, fear, and the relentless pursuit of freedom. What happens next could change the fate of a nation teetering on the edge of chaos. Will the exodus become an unstoppable flood, or will the walls close in tighter than ever before? The answer lies just beyond the horizon. In the recent narrative of a nation grappling with turmoil, around 1 million Belarusians have departed for safety and stability. Among them, many are fleeing to European countries, while those seeking refuge in Georgia, Armenia, and beyond are uncounted. This exodus isn't merely about relocation, it's a stark indictment of the oppressive regime that has tightened its grip since 2020. Belarus has become a land plagued by repression, mass arrests and sweeping prosecutions have silenced dissent. Civil society has either vanished or been forced into hiding, and independent media is largely exiled or silenced. Under such a regime, every misstep is met with immediate punishment, turning daily life into a perilous existence. This dire reality has ignited a dual response. Some choose to resist in silence, while others opt for the ultimate form of rebellion by seeking refuge elsewhere. Those who have left often share a compelling need for security and certainty. Journalists exiled from Belarus and editors of shuttered publications have found new homes in cities like Warsaw and Vilnius, transforming the once muted voices of dissent into echoes of resilience. However, the struggle is compounded by the societal rift ignited by the Ukraine conflict. From 2022 onward, as Belarusian territory was utilized as a launchpad for Russian military actions, a heated national debate ensued. Rumors of the deployment of Russian tactical nuclear weapons only intensified anxieties among the populace. Many fear that their homeland could soon become a battleground, with the refrain, "We do not want to be part of this conflict," murmured persistently in homes, highlighting a growing divide. The pressure to choose sides in a war that has far-reaching implications is a weight on their shoulders, an emotional storm brewing below the surface. In the backdrop of these events, citizens grapple with their basic desires, the safety of their children, the potential for meaningful work, and access to education. Each day, they ponder a fundamental question: where do my family and I fit into this chaos? For countless Belarusians unable to find comfort in their surroundings or a hopeful answer, the borders beckon as a path to a better future. The escalating race for control over coastal waters is entering a new phase. Previously, we learned about a large unmanned surface vessel, designed to patrol deep waters with an autonomous system equivalent to a 32-cell -41 Malawian Quachas launcher. Its smaller counterpart, a 600-ton medium USV, is built to follow China's coastal defense umbrella, gathering vital intelligence. Now, the focus shifts to a smaller but no less lethal class of USVs, expeditionary drones designed to swarm. Picture this: a fleet of low radio frequency signature drones, modeled on the Lady Bober swarm tactic, silently crowding the shallow waters around Pacific islands. These small USVs are stopping China's naval defenses in their tracks. By the end of 2026, the Pentagon plans to deploy 12 large, 30 medium, and over 100 small USVs. The initial funding is nearly $1 billion but could balloon past $4.5 billion as the program matures. This is not just an American endeavor. Data from drone operations around the Baltic Sea, the Black Sea, and Taiwan's coastal bases are merging into one cohesive standard shared across NATO. Imagine waves of decoys flooding Chinese bases in Yulin, Xinjiang, Ningbo, and Qingdao, each creating false signals designed to confuse hypersonic missile defenses and anti-submarine arrays. The goal? Force expensive Chinese destroyers like the Type 055 and 052D to squander their missile arsenals on worthless targets. Here's the startling part: each intercept missile China fires costs roughly $1.3 million, while the drone USVs being destroyed are estimated at just $45,000 each. It's a financial trap tightly closing on Moscow. Russia has already felt the sting. Between May and July, 3 Pantsir M missile batteries launched 68 missiles, but destroyed only 6 targets. This imbalance cost Moscow about 85 million rubles with little to show for it. Seeing this, Lithuania rushed to upgrade its defenses, advancing an order of Norwegian Kongsberg naval missile systems from 2027 to 2025. This swarm tactic transforms old Russian T-72 chassis, modified into coastal gun missile platforms, into static sitting ducks, targets for death by numbers. The battlefield is shifting from brute force to smart saturation attacks. So, will these small drones deliver a decisive blow to Russia's coastal defense, or will the game change once again? The next moves could redefine naval warfare forever. Imagine a shadow slipping silently beneath the cold northern waves, a Russian corvette or submarine leaving Kaliningrad. But it doesn't remain hidden for long. 3 different sensor systems along Europe's northern coast detect its every movement. Now, add unmanned seagull-like vessels, launched from Norway's Håkonsvern base under the grey Arctic sky. These robotic watchers instantly relay their data to a maritime fusion center in Portsmouth. On a Lithuanian Coast Guard radar, a jagged red line suddenly screams into view, pinning the submarine's path like a glowing scar across the Baltic. The Russians fight back fiercely, deploying Pantsir M missile batteries and unveiling the new Palomir Swiss upgrade. Yet, technology evolves on both sides. Polish engineers coat their Havoc drones' sleek 2.3-meter missile bodies in ballistic gel. This clever armor scrambles radar signals, mimicking the lonely silhouette of a whale's dorsal fin. Below the waves, the 8-bladed polymer propellers slice through the salty Baltic, slashing underwater turbulence by 60%. This stealth move pushes the enemy's low-frequency sonars into a murky blind spot, lost in a layered dance of salinity and temperature. The game is a deadly chess match played in shadows and silence. This high-tech duel comes at a staggering cost. Kremlin's Pantsir M systems, deployed along the Kaliningrad coast, each demand a $15 million price tag, with every missile shot burning a $400,000 hole in the budget. Contrast this with Poland's Havoc program, 30 prototypes costing $450,000 each. If Russia launches just one volley, it risks pouring almost the entire Polish drone fleet's worth straight into the sea. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the U.S. prepares its own silent warriors, the unmanned surface vehicle triad, poised to make a storm in Subic Bay, Philippines. Among these, the large variant holds a secret weapon, an MQ-25 tanker pod. It promises a 1,000 nautical mile refueling run on water itself, designed to keep F-35C jets screaming above the Pacific longer and farther than ever before. This sea-based tanker strategy costs less than China's hypersonic missile gambits, which aim to tear apart air defense networks. Here, innovation isn't just about firepower but about survival and endurance on a shifting global stage. But what happens when these silent battles ripple beyond sensors and missiles? When every move beneath the waves triggers costly reactions above the surface? The stakes aren't just political, they threaten to redraw who controls the seas and who gets left stranded in the fog of modern warfare. The invisible war has begun, and no one can afford to blink. Once a proud bastion of influence and control, the region now quietly slips beyond the grasp of its master. Russia's fragile social contract, once built on the equation of heavy military spending plus duty-free trade equaling stability, is fracturing. As Europe's sanctions chipped away at the duty-free advantage, and military might failed to maintain order, the old formula collapsed quietly, like ice cracking beneath a desperate traveler's feet. In the shadow of this unraveling, another critical blow lands with silent but shattering impact, the shutdown of the pro-Russian media giant, Zaria Baltisk. Tax debts sealed its fate, forcing most of its workforce to look westward, to Lithuania's regional papers, for new lifelines. Imagine the echoing silence where once propaganda thundered, the cavernous absence swallowing the whispers of allegiance. This isn't just a business failure, it's a symbolic erosion of influence on the front lines of the information war. What emerges from these fractures is a new kind of battle, not of guns and tanks, but of slow-burning pressure. NATO's strategy in the Kaliningrad region no longer centers on overt military conquest. Instead, it's a calculated strangulation through gas and economic chokeholds, a methodical squeeze designed to transform society itself. No explosions, no immediate casualties, just a suffocating grip that urges the population to peer westward through the narrowing cracks of isolation. This territory, once dubbed unshakable by the powers in Moscow, now stands like an island, its foundations trembling under accumulating strain. A Baltic reflection of a prestige that is crumbling across the war-torn front lines far to the south. Resources are scarce, time is running out, and Moscow simply cannot reinforce what is unraveling. The fate of Kaliningrad no longer rests in Kremlin hands, it is held in the uncertain grasp of its people and the watchful eyes of NATO strategists across the border. The future of this region is defined by pressure converging on multiple fronts. First, the military myth of invincibility has collapsed into obsolescence. Despite garrison forces and missile batteries deployed with fanfare, advanced defensive systems from Lithuanian, Polish, and American allies now form a nearly impenetrable dome. It's a technological noose that seals the airspace from all sides, effectively trapping the Baltic fleet in a floating cage. Second comes the logistical unraveling, supply chains disrupted, freight rerouted, and trade routes crippled. The loss of smooth economic access makes even the strongest military presence brittle, as the lifeblood of resources dries up under the weight of invisible sanctions and strategic blockades. Each blow weakens the regime not through open warfare, but through the slow erosion of trust, legitimacy, and survival. This tale is not one of battlefield heroics, but of calculated quiet desperation. The machinery of control falters under pressure, media voices fall silent, and the once unmovable fortress cracks open to reveal the brittle core inside. With every shuttered media office, every disrupted oil pipeline, and every tightened border crossing, the tentacles of influence withdraw, leaving the people caught between the unyielding grip of old alliances and the uncertain promise of new paths. Is it the beginning of a new chapter, or the painful collapse of a fading empire? The answer lies not in grand declarations, but in the whispers among the streets, the restless murmurs of families at border stations, and the steady drip of people choosing flight over loyalty. The slow unspooling of control continues, unseen, relentless, and irreversible. What will break first, the fortress's walls or the will of its people? The question lingering in the air is this: will Europe's determination to support Ukraine remain a fleeting headline, or is it the dawn of a lasting strategy? As the clock ticks, Europe faces a crossroads that could reshape its future and the continent's place in history. The decision to send troops to Ukraine marks a seismic shift, not just in military terms, but in Europe's identity itself. For decades, no conflict on this soil has stirred such unity, or such risk. This is no longer just about defending Kiev. Europe is stepping into the arena, defining its own fate for the first time since World War II. This bold move will challenge Russia on the battlefield, but also challenge history, inertia, and decades of diplomacy. Should Europe commit fully, it will end its role as a distant observer. The stakes are greater than ever. The future security of the continent and the survival of Ukraine depend on it. This is the nightmare scenario Putin fears most, a united, determined Europe standing shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine in the heart of the conflict. Yet, the war's pulse remains frantic, an unrelenting race where speed and supply chains hold the upper hand. Putin has tried desperately to stall, buying time to regroup. But the European engine is roaring back to life. In response to Europe's reinvigorated stance and a peace proposal from Trump, Russia unleashed one of its fiercest attacks on Kiev, aiming to break resolve. Instead, it fractured old alliances between Paris and Berlin, forcing both capitals into synchronized, decisive action like never before. On a single day, 3 landmark moves were announced, a clear message to the Kremlin that Europe's patience has snapped. President Macron is no longer easing on the brake, he is pressing the accelerator. Chancellor Merkel is not shutting the book on diplomacy, she is broadening the page. Macron's public declaration on August 29 signaled the new political framework. If Putin refuses a direct, face-to-face meeting with Zelensky, Trump risks being outmaneuvered. This stark ultimatum hastened decisions all the way from Washington's corridors to Berlin's parliament halls. Europe is no longer on the sidelines. The era of passive observation has ended. But will this newfound unity endure the strain as energy prices soar and economies teeter? Can the political will withstand rising casualties and mounting war costs? Peacekeeping history warns us, the road ahead is long, costly, and fraught with uncertainty. And here we stand, at the edge of a new chapter in European history, where every choice echoes far beyond the battlefield. Will Europe's bold gamble pay off, or will it crumble under the weight of its own aspirations? The answer remains unwritten. The tension tightens like a noose around the Kremlin's ambitions. Imagine a triangle with 3 sharp points: missile supplies, air defense, and political resolve. Alone, each corner threatens Russia's grip. But together, they crush it. When these forces fuse, the battlefield shifts and the cost of war spirals beyond Moscow's comfort. The deeper game isn't just about territory, it's the internal struggle for control and survival. So, what does this mean for Putin's options? The gap between offense and defense widens ominously. Finding parts and cash to fuel war machines grows painfully harder. Across Europe, the mood has shifted, hesitation fades into urgency. Macron's firm voice echoes this change. His stance represents more than words, it signals a sharper pace in aid and alliance. Behind the scenes, technical limits are defined, but the real challenge? Discipline, turning promises into action. Sanctions bite only when strictly enforced. Air defenses protect only if fully manned and maintained. Ammunition supplies hit their mark only when delivered right on schedule. Paris and Berlin, speaking in unison, pledge that this time, they won't let the war's rhythm slip away. The message is clear, Europe refuses to sit on the sidelines. The arsenal grows, the schedule tightens, and secondary sanctions loom on the horizon. Macron warns against falling for distractions, the Kremlin spins claims of illegality and denies any range limitations. But war is forged by relentless engineering, cadence and coordination. Today, Europe sets that beat. If this tempo holds, Ukraine's defense will push Moscow ever closer to the edge, hemmed in by mounting pressure. As the shadow of conflict nears, neutrality crumbles and citizens take flight. In Belarus, a mere passport has transformed into a bold political declaration. Silent resistance persists among those who stay, holding the fragile balance of life in limbo. State media shrugs into irrelevance, while everyday conversations drift toward caution and avoidance. What will become of a country caught between the iron fist of power and the restless tide of its own people's escape? The answer hangs in the balance, as unseen forces tighten their grip and the fragile order threatens to shatter. As people scramble for fuel amid the escalating crisis in Belarus, a wave of panic sweeps across the nation. Long lines at gas stations have become a jarring scene, signaling a significant loss of public trust in the government. The previous period of stability has been shattered, leaving citizens questioning whether their pumps will yield even a drop of fuel. In this atmosphere of uncertainty, the young and ambitious seek legitimate opportunities abroad, while others take desperate measures to cross borders. In the last 2 years, estimates suggest hundreds of thousands of Belarusians have headed to Europe, as frustrations mount with the regime. Recent months have seen a surge in attempts to cross into Poland and the Baltic states, especially during the fuel shortages. Each illegal attempt underscores a growing conviction among the populace, leaving might be the only path to security. The slow asylum processes only intensify the urgency of this decision, casting shadows on the country's economic future. Yet there's a deeper issue at play. Some Belarusians are choosing to go to Ukraine, putting them at odds with the government's expectations. Volunteer groups are forming to fight alongside Ukrainian forces, particularly the network surrounding the Kaluki regiment. This emergence is viewed as a profound threat to the regime, intertwining foreign and domestic security concerns. The government is now fighting a battle on multiple fronts, addressing the growing discontent over fuel while stifling those who would support the foreign cause. This complex web of loyalty and dissent is deepening, with every question of allegiance becoming increasingly urgent. As fuel supplies dwindle and lines extend, the unsettling query arises: when the taps run dry, whose side will you choose? Trust in the regime is slipping away, and the cracks are becoming more apparent as citizens grapple with the pressing dilemmas of survival in a nation on the brink. The cries for justice and survival resonate louder than ever, fueling the sense of revolution. In the midst of uncertainty, sacrifices are made. The axe hangs above the regime, each policy failure erodes its foundations. But one question remains: will this fuel crisis mark the end of Lysenko's reign or ignite a larger conflagration of resistance? Only time will reveal the answers hidden in the smoke of an uncertain future. In the heart of Eastern Europe, a storm is brewing in a country caught in the grips of despair. The situation in Belarus has reached a critical juncture, as the heavy hand of the regime tightens its grip. A once stable nation is now teetering on the edge of economic collapse, with citizens fleeing in droves. But what is driving this mass exodus? The current economic crisis is exacerbated by the Kremlin's inability to provide Belarus with the financial support it once did. For years, Russia offered Belarus low-interest loans and favorable energy deals, but now these lifelines have been severed. This abandonment has pushed Belarus deeper into a budget deficit, forcing the government to borrow more domestically. However, rising interest rates are suffocating the economy further, creating a vicious cycle. As borrowing costs soar, investment and consumption plummet. The result? A crumbling economy and a population growing increasingly restless. Amid the chaos, the sanctions imposed by the European Union are taking their toll, particularly on the banking and energy sectors. The political pressure on the regime is mounting, as opposition voices grow louder, capitalizing on the discontent brewing among loyal supporters. Yet, the regime's response has been to crack down harder, resorting to repressive measures that only fuel further discontent and drive educated youth to seek brighter futures abroad. But what will become of a nation that chooses repression over reform? With each passing day, the signs of impending collapse become more apparent. A hard place, the Lukashenko regime lacks the courage to mend ties with the West. At the same time, the purchasing power of the people is dwindling as prices skyrocket uncontrollably. The banking system lies in paralysis, isolated from the international community. As the government clings to power, the people are left to wonder, how much longer can this charade continue? Will the regime acknowledge the growing unrest, or will it push forward blindly into the abyss? The clock is ticking, and the future of Belarus hangs in the balance. With turmoil escalating and uncertainty looming, the question remains, will Belarus rise from the ashes or plunge deeper into chaos? In a world fraught with chaos, Belarus finds itself teetering on the brink. As the regime tightens its grip, a staggering number of Belarusians are fleeing, their lives reduced to small suitcases and one-way tickets. With political repression, economic turmoil, and the looming conflict in Ukraine, the exodus has reached an alarming magnitude, nearing 1 million people. What drives this desperation? A quest for safety? A future for their children? Amidst growing unrest, Lukashenko's regime faces increasing backlash from citizens fed up with fuel shortages and rampant inflation. As long lines snake around gas stations, the voices of the oppressed grow louder. Communities rally against not just the fuel crisis but the suffocating grip of the government, demanding change. Why now? The answer lies deep in the social fabric, where fear and hope intertwine. On August 13, 2025, a critical attack knocked out a key pumping station in Russia, sending shockwaves through Belarus' already fragile energy structure. With dependency on Russian oil now more evident than ever, the regime stands at a crossroads. Will Lukashenko cling to outdated alliances, risking public fury, or seek new partners and betray Moscow? This moment poses a question that reverberates through the streets of Minsk: who holds the power to decide the fate of the nation? Meanwhile, Belarus faces the harsh reality of a relentless energy crisis. Public trust in the government erodes as the people grapple with daily struggles, their lives suffocated by rising prices and uncertainty. What will become of those who remain trapped in a system designed to repress? Voices of dissent grow into an uprising, but can the regime withstand the pressure from an increasingly defiant populace? As tension mounts, the ramifications extend beyond national borders. The global landscape shifts, as Belarusian dependency becomes a bargaining chip in much larger geopolitical games. In this new age of warfare, will Belarusians rise to reclaim their future, or will they remain pawns in a conflict far beyond their own? The stakes are high, and the answers may hold the key to a nation's destiny. The events unfold rapidly, revolutionizing not just Belarus but also shaking the foundations of alliances around the world. With every crack in the regime's facade, the world watches to see if Belarus can reclaim its voice or if it will be silenced forever. Will change come from within, or will the exodus continue? The clock ticks down as uncertainty reigns in the heart of Europe. To recap, unrest once simmering outside Kremlin-linked offices has evolved into something far greater. It's not just noise, it's a catalyst. NATO sees this growing pressure as a chance to shatter the iron curtain of silence, carefully woven with military isolation and information control. But the story takes a surprising turn deep within Kaliningrad's borders. Since 2024, secret satellite signals have been slipping through the cracks of censorship, piercing the digital walls that once held the population captive. The Polish Ministry of Defense, operating behind the scenes, has been sending anonymous data bursts into Kaliningrad's mobile networks using L-band satellites. This hidden connection has become a lifeline for the younger generation, trapped in a web of strict surveillance and propaganda. Shockingly, 57% of these youth have only accessed foreign news by masking their digital footprint with VPNs. Picture the flicker of hope, the surge of fear, the hunger for truth quietly igniting behind locked doors with every forbidden click. But the fractures run deeper than just media control. Inside the military ranks, discipline is unraveling fast. A scandal at the 11th Corners Pawn Artillery Regiment exposed stolen fake ammunition, components sold on the black market to fill empty pockets. This isn't petty theft. It's a glaring symptom of chaos in the heart of the military machine. Soldiers stealing their own supplies to survive signals a crumbling structure, one that threatens to collapse from within. Meanwhile, Moscow's grasp is slipping. At the 336th Marine Infantry Brigade, 180 soldiers refused to renew their contracts. To patch this breach, troops were hastily dispatched from the Murman region. But sending reinforcements is no simple feat. They must cross a narrow corridor near Dansk Bay, a route now fraught with danger. NATO's intensified naval patrols in the Baltic Sea have turned this passage into a gauntlet, blocking Kremlin reinforcements and deepening the security crisis. As morale sinks, the downward spiral accelerates, smuggling surges, refusals to serve spread like wildfire, and critical maintenance of military equipment falters. Combat readiness is fading fast. The impact is felt far beyond the barracks. Civilians, once confident in their protectors, now whisper doubts. Fear grows louder than any government broadcast. Adding another blow, in July 2025, the Lithuanian parliament declared Kaliningrad's militarization a direct threat to Baltic security. This declaration is no mere rhetoric, it paves the way for crippling sanctions aimed at choking off vital energy flows. These sanctions target payments tied to the Kaliningrad Nefta oil refinery, blocking foreign currency transfers despite attempts to circumvent controls through underground channels. The ultimate aim is ruthless, to force the shutdown of a fragile pipeline near the Mazury Lake district. That pipeline is more than infrastructure, it's a ticking environmental bomb waiting to explode. So, where does this leave Kaliningrad? A city suffocating under waves of information warfare, military decay, and economic strangulation. The silent war raging in shadows threatens to erupt into a sweeping crisis. If Kaliningrad's fragile seams finally snap, the resulting domino effect could send unpredictable shockwaves across the entire region. The countdown is quietly ticking, but what will happen when time runs out? Just moments ago, we explored how strict discipline acts like a shield, wiping out misunderstandings in a world teetering on the edge. Now, the pressure on alliances is crushing like never before. Rival blocs are locking themselves into rigid, unbreakable formations. They're tightening their grip on economies and everyday digital networks alike, building walls that are almost impossible to cross. Picture this, two massive military drills happening at once, one across land, the other a relentless countdown of time. The air is thick with tension. The key question slices through the haze of uncertainty, whose deterrence will hold when every second counts. Every move, every decision could send shockwaves through global stability. This isn't just another headline. This is the pivotal chapter of a long-running security saga. The stakes have never been higher. What will tip the balance in this high-stakes showdown? The answer lies just beyond the horizon, waiting to unfold. The struggle for dominance over coastal waters is escalating into a new, high-stakes battle. Previously, we uncovered the development of a massive unmanned surface vessel equipped with an autonomous system mirroring a 32-cell -41 Malawian Quachas launcher, designed for deep-sea patrols. Alongside it, a smaller, 600-ton medium USV shadows China's coastal defense zones, gathering critical intelligence. But now, the spotlight shifts to a fleet of smaller, stealthy drones, expeditionary unmanned vessels crafted to overwhelm enemy defenses through sheer numbers. Imagine a silent swarm of low radio frequency signature drones, inspired by the Lady Bober tactic, slipping undetected through the shallow waters surrounding Pacific Islands. These tiny USVs are halting China's naval power advances, causing confusion and chaos. By the end of 2026, the Pentagon plans to flood the seas with 12 large, 30 medium, and over 100 small unmanned surface vessels. What started with initial funding near $1 billion could soar beyond $4.5 billion as the program grows. This effort is far from a solo mission. Data harvested from drone operations across the Baltic Sea, Black Sea, and Taiwan's coastal military bases are being merged into a unified NATO standard. Picture waves of decoy drones swarming Chinese bases in Yulin, Xinjiang, Ningbo, and Qingdao. Each drone emits false signals, deceiving hypersonic missile defenses and anti-submarine sensors, forcing China's elite destroyers, the formidable Type 055 and 052D, to waste precious missile stockpiles on phantom targets. Here's the jaw-dropping truth: every missile China launches costs about $1.3 million. Meanwhile, the drone USVs destroyed cost just $45,000 each. This is a brutal financial squeeze tightening around Moscow's grip. Russia has already felt the sting. Between May and July, 3 Panzer M missile batteries fired 68 missiles but managed to destroy only 6 targets. This imbalance drained roughly 85 million rubles, with almost nothing to show. Alarmed, Lithuania accelerated its defense upgrades, bringing forward its order of Norwegian Kongsberg naval missile systems from 2027 to 2025. The swarm tactic is turning old Russian T-72 tanks, repurposed as coastal missile platforms, into sitting ducks, easy targets overwhelmed by sheer volume. The battlefield is evolving. No longer is sheer firepower the answer. Instead, smart saturation attacks through drone swarms are rewriting the rules. But here's the burning question: will these small drones deliver a crushing blow to Russia's coastal defenses, or will Moscow find a way to turn the tide once again? The next chapter in this high-stakes game could change naval warfare forever. What happens when the swarm meets its match? The answer could shake the foundations of military strategy worldwide. Just moments before, 2 civilian-coated cargo ships vanished off Gdynia's coast, slipping silently from every drone's watchful eye. Then, chaos. Red warning lights flashed across the port's screens, emblazoned with the chilling words, "Havoc AI detected." This was no ordinary alarm. It marked the first real glimpse of Poland's secret weapon, a small, sleek attack drone that existed only in whispers until now. But how could mere lines of artificial intelligence code transform Russia's most fortified coastal bastion into a trap that drains millions of dollars every night? The answer lies beneath the waves of the Baltic Sea, where a revolution in warfare quietly unfolded. Weeks before, hidden behind layers of electronic blackout shielding, a Polish special forces unit known as JW Formosa launched a daring trial in the Gulf of Gdynia. There, a new class of unmanned attack vessels, called Havoc AI, took shape, not just any drone, but a surface-launched, jet-powered assassin model crafted for total autonomy. At its core was a 200-kilogram warhead that didn't just strike blindly but moved with deadly precision, fed by a web of real-time data from multiple sources, including the cutting-edge F-35A fighter squadron stationed in Melbourne. Imagine this: a Russian Sturgushi corvette anchored at Kaliningrad suddenly sparks radar emissions, an electronic alarm sounded, but the Havoc AI is already on the move. Instantly it slips into stealth mode, gliding low over choppy waves, weaving through defensive fire zones. According to the Kupa 2 guidance algorithm, the ship's closest in weapon systems have no more than 7 or 8 seconds to detect and respond. That's barely enough time to blink. What makes Havoc truly terrifying is its reach. Inside a 400-kilometer operational radius, it can navigate independently after launch, dodging threats with the finesse of a seasoned pilot. Remote sensors dropped by helicopters, -149 Australian dollars models from Polish land bases, feed live intelligence, creating a layered network ensuring Havoc moves with laser accuracy on its deadly path. So, the once impenetrable fortress on Russia's doorstep is now a trap layered with invisible mines, each capable of neutralizing threats silently and efficiently. The implications are staggering. How do you defend a coastline when even the smallest drones turn it into a costly liability? How long before every missile fired in frustration bleeds the Kremlin's resources dry? The Baltic's calm waters now mask a deadly game where technology outsmarts tradition, and the fallout will echo far beyond these shores. But just when it seemed Havoc AI held all the cards, a new question surfaced: could this invisible menace be turned against its creators? And with that, the quiet waters hid an even darker secret waiting to burst forth. In a world where secrets drift through turbulent waters, the clash of advanced technological warfare is set against the backdrop of tradition. Poland's clandestine chaos trials along its coastline are far from mere experimentation, they signify a dramatic shift in the geopolitical landscape. This disruption stems from the rise of autonomous maritime operations in Europe. Envision a fleet of low-cost, networked drones gliding silently across the Baltic Sea. Their radar signatures are so minimal that even the most sophisticated detection systems cannot pinpoint their movements. These stealthy vessels have a formidable impact, sending tremors through Moscow's coastal defenses near Kaliningrad. This strategy parallels ambitions to neutralize China's fortified islands in the Pacific with an armada of unmanned surface vehicles, or USVs. Strategic innovation has forever changed the rules of engagement, replacing traditional naval superiority metrics with a digital arsenal. As the cost of conventional naval warfare escalates, Moscow and Beijing find themselves trapped in a relentless cycle of increasing defense budgets, struggling to counter a swarm of inexpensive and sophisticated autonomous drones. In this new era, traditional steel hulls yield to advanced carbon composite structures. An admiral's logbook is now overshadowed by complex Python scripts that dictate strategy and operations. The balance of power is redefined, it's no longer a matter of ship size but the dance of algorithms and data. The debut of silent strikes under this new doctrine marks not just a shift but a revolution that reshapes naval warfare's very fabric. This innovative approach dovetails with NATO's broader strategy to challenge adversaries beyond European borders, creating ties that extend across the Atlantic and into the Arctic. As real-time data streams from naval operations are intricately woven into Allied intelligence, a new narrative emerges. British systems synchronize seamlessly with Polish swarms and Norwegian autonomous submarines, giving birth to the Baltic Sea Rail Corridor, an elaborate network of coordination that elevates maritime strategies into the digital age. Every advance raises essential questions. How will established powers navigate this transformed warfare landscape dominated by speed and intelligence? As tensions escalate, the maritime realm is poised for a change that could alter the essence of naval battles. With these emergent technologies on the rise, will the old guard adapt, or will they fall into obsolescence? The stage is set for a battle not just of ships and might, but of wits and innovation. The future of naval power hangs in the balance, as destiny beckons those willing to embrace this brave new world. Previously, we explored how Russia's close-in weapon systems had only a brief 7 to 8 second window to detect incoming threats, and how autonomous navigation extended up to 400 kilometers with support from sensor buoys deployed by Polish helicopters. Now, the Baltic Sea front has entered a new era of naval warfare, where cost-effective, swarm-capable anti-ship drones are changing the game entirely. Imagine a battlefield invisible to the naked eye, an ocean filled with tiny, unmanned vessels playing a deadly game of hide-and-seek. In a secret NATO exercise, 2 autonomous drone hulls, known as Havocs, gently slipped through a cluster of swift attack boats. Using advanced frequency jamming, these drones disguised themselves as harmless civilian tankers on coastal radar screens. It was a brilliant deception, allowing the Havocs to blend in seamlessly until the very last moment. Suddenly, their true nature was revealed. Switching swiftly to a secure military mode, protected by an encrypted national data link, the drones became deadly hunters. According to leaked intelligence, their artificial intelligence module boasted an impressive 72% strike accuracy, even when targets were hidden among cluttered sea traffic. Remarkably, the system distinguished different classes of Russian warships without needing updated blueprints, a chilling leap in autonomous targeting. Why would Poland invest so heavily in this technology? The answer lies in a bold strategy to replicate the crippling effect Ukraine's navy inflicted on the Russian Black Sea Fleet. Poland aims to isolate key military hubs like Kaliningrad by saturating the Baltic Sea with swarms of these maritime drones. This disrupts not only military intelligence but also crucial energy supply routes. Lithuania and Estonia quickly joined Poland, adopting similar swarm tactics. Meanwhile, Poland secured a deal with the United States to assemble parts of the Havoc drones in local shipyards, turning its ports into drone production hubs. Even smaller vessels like Latvia's Solite, built to carry explosives, are being readied for deployment by 2026. The Baltic waters, once dominated by manned fleets, are now becoming a silent battlefield filled with buzzing, stealthy machines. The question looms, how will Russia respond to this invisible swarm assault? And could this technological wave shift the balance of power in a way nobody expected? The calm seas may be hiding a storm unlike any before. Let's recap what we explored earlier. Belarus is spiraling toward deeper turmoil as Moscow's economic grip tightens. Social tension is mounting, and if this course stays steady, collapse on both political and economic fronts seems inevitable. Now, the stakes stretch far beyond borders. A looming showdown unfolds just west of Belarus, in Poland, where a military drill is more than a rehearsal. It's a live experiment with massive implications. Its purpose? To slash decision-making time if a regional crisis erupts. Imagine a battle network so connected, commanders get a crystal-clear, shared aerial picture instantly. Armored units stand ready to move at a moment's notice, backed by long-range firepower that protects troops without delay. Come September, this intricate dance of ground force maneuvers, air defense, and artillery coordination will come alive on a single command screen. But the message from Belarus and Russia is unmistakably different: pressure and permanence. Their forces aim to project constant strength along the Suwalki corridor, the fragile land bridge linking Poland and Lithuania, under the guise of a multi-tiered air missile shield. This posture reinforces Russia's foothold, normalizing troop presence within Belarus. Two opposing strategies clash, one signaling rapid integration and flexibility, the other, rigid permanence under invisible pressure. The key question bubbles up: who controls the airspace? Poland is deploying fifth-generation fighters that can spot incoming objects far earlier than before. Layered land-air defenses shrink the gaps where aircraft could slip through. Yet, on the Belarusian-Russian side, S-400 missile systems and equivalents lurk, ready to reopen those gaps with electronic warfare. Jamming and deception will be vital chess moves. Cutting-edge radar and slick software don't hand victory on a silver platter, they only erase surprises. This intense, invisible game breeds a fragile deterrent born from near-perfect surveillance and rapid response. But as these forces prepare to clash, the question remains: will the forces of tenuous control and intimidation trigger a spark that engulfs Belarus, or will fragile balances hold? The outcome will shape not just borders but entire futures in a region teetering on the edge of upheaval. In a country shrouded in turmoil and fear, a storm is brewing that threatens to sweep away the very foundation of its society. The Belarusian regime, led by Lysenko, is facing a crisis of unprecedented proportions. As citizens grapple with the oppressive grip of the government, a new wave of despair emerges. Families pack small suitcases, clutching one-way tickets, as they flock to train stations, silent witnesses to the exodus of a nation. Over the past 4 years, hundreds of thousands of Belarusians have sought refuge in the European Union, a staggering 175,000 in just the past year. The Polish border has seen more than 5,000 attempts to cross in a single month, and this is just the beginning. Those who leave are not merely seeking better job opportunities, they are casting their votes with their feet against a regime that has turned its back on them. As the Belarusian government tightens its alliance with Moscow and Beijing, the people's aspirations are gravitating towards the gates of Schengen. The reasons for this mass departure are many: relentless repression, the specter of war, and a crumbling economy. Lysenko's unwavering allegiance to Putin comes at an insurmountable cost: the impending loss of nearly 1 million citizens. The numbers are stark. In 2021, 149,000 residence permits were granted to Belarusians in the EU. By 2022, that number skyrocketed to 309,000, driven by the political and economic fallout of war. In 2023, the figure remained alarmingly high at 281,000. The flow of emigration has morphed into a permanent channel, with projections showing around 994,000 people have left since 2020. But why now? The answer lies in the regime of terror that has gripped Belarus since 2020. Mass arrests and widespread prosecutions have silenced dissent, forcing civil society underground. Independent media. Just imagine, a missile can reach the Baltic naval base in under a minute. NATO's relentless training drills have pushed Russia into tightening its defenses like never before. Since early 2025, the Kaliningrad region's integrated S-400 air defense batteries have been on full alert, going on combat patrol 3 days every week. But behind this military tension, an equally dangerous silent crisis is unfolding. The Soviet-era radar network that once stood as a fortress is now faltering. Why? Logistics have collapsed under the weight of sanctions and supply chain breakdowns. NATO's AWACS aircraft slice through the endless, grey Baltic skies with steady patrols, reminding everyone who controls the air. Meanwhile, Kininrad's economy is gasping for air. Rich in seafood and agricultural products, these exports made up 60% of its trade. But with swift, biting sanctions choking these industries, access to European markets is closing. Data from March 2025 reveals a stark reality: retail prices in the region jumped by 19% in a single month. Russia's national inflation sat at 12%, already high, but Kininrad's spike was nearly double. This economic hemorrhage is crushing Moscow's dream of keeping the oblast as a hardened A2/AD, anti-access, area denial, stronghold. NATO strategists see this as a chink in Russia's armor, aiming to unravel the Baltic missile and air defense complex that remains one of Moscow's key deterrence tools. Consider Iskander missile stockpiles. Their depletion is no trivial matter. It lowers the threshold for a strike from Poland's land-based Patriots and the collaborative US-Norwegian NASAMS missile system. Should Kininrad fall or be neutralized, Russia risks losing its second major Western pressure point, the first being the Nord Stream 2 pipeline's shutdown. The ripple effects could shake economic confidence badly, with London-based macro analysts warning that Kininrad's de facto siege could push the ruble down by another 15% by early 2026. Adding fuel to the fire, the reaction in Kininrad to Russia's military technical deal with North Korea has been explosive. Viral headlines like "Korean rockets will be our shield" flood local social media, but beneath the proud rhetoric lies a gnawing fear: importing artillery from North Korea may transform Kininrad into an open target. NATO capitals could retaliate in ways nobody wants to imagine. With population decline, shrinking supply routes, and ever-increasing pressure from NATO, Kininrad is morphing from a strategic launchpad for Russia into a logistical nightmare and political liability. The once fearsome bastion that Moscow relied on is now breaking under waves it cannot block. What does this mean for the future of the region? Can Kininrad survive the storm, or will it become the domino that topples everything else? The clock is ticking, and the shadow over the Baltics is growing darker by the day. The story so far shows a country caught in a tightening trap. Previous attempts to control price swings, secure supplies, and ease shipping costs have formed the first layers of defense against collapse. But these efforts alone cannot stop the wheels from slipping. Today, a crucial question hangs in the air: how far will the government go, cling tighter to Moscow's grip, or dare to open the door toward the West, even if only slightly? At the core of this dilemma lies the third ring, an invisible yet vital social safety valve. It is meant to keep salaries and pensions flowing without interruption. It must ensure that food and medicines remain stocked on shelves. And it offers lifelines to small businesses, fuel coupons or targeted subsidies that could soften the blow just enough to stop the system from exploding. But these stopgaps demand a political choice, a choice tangled between immediate survival and long-term fate. Staying loyal to Moscow promises short-term relief, but deepens dependence over time. Attempting a cautious flirtation with European ties risks a harsh backlash at first, yet it might also buy precious breathing room later. Right now, the country watches the fuel gauge like a lifeline in stormy seas. Every violent flare-up at Druba, the vital pumping station, smolders not just crude oil, but confidence itself. People stand in endless lines at gas stations. Black smoke hangs thick, nerves crack under pressure, and silence is filled with dread. What happens next will reveal the true toughness of this crisis. Once the technical fixes are announced, the real question will be, will the pumps start again? Will they keep flowing steadily? If the answer is yes, then perhaps the worst has been managed, at least for now. Yet the repercussions of each strike echo far beyond the pipeline valves. Every disruption pushes the fragile economy deeper into the red zone, where loyalty is measured not in promises, but in rubles. When fuel is scarce, how much could allegiance actually buy? The answer is about to unfold. This isolation weighs heavy. No new trade routes open, no fresh investments flow. The central bank's efforts to calm inflation by hiking interest rates only tightened the chokehold. Credit grew more expensive, stifling both business and consumer spending. Meanwhile, the public's trust eroded as people clutched foreign currencies and stashed cash, fearing the ruble's steady decline. In just 6 months, the Belarusian ruble has shed about 18% of its value against the dollar. Imported goods have surged in price, deepening the squeeze on everyday life. This is where the story stands, at a crossroads of survival and surrender, resilience and rupture. Can the fragile social safety nets hold? Will shocks to the energy supply force a reckoning, or will swift action avert disaster just in time? The answers carry the fate of millions in their weight. What lies ahead? Stay close as this chapter unfolds, because the shadows cast by these fuel shortages reach far beyond the pump. The next turns promise shocks you won't want to miss. A sudden red alert flashed on the screen, Havoc AI detected. Just minutes earlier, 2 cargo ships had mysteriously vanished from the drone tracker off Dnia's coast. This was the very first time Poland's secretive AI-guided surface attack drone had revealed itself live. These small, stealthy vessels, designed to mask their identity, could compel Russia's heavily fortified Kaliningrad coastal defenses to waste millions of dollars in missile strikes overnight. But how can mere lines of artificial intelligence turn Russia's strongest Baltic fortress into a costly trap? The answer lies in a daring blend of cutting-edge technology and strategic cunning. Behind an electronic blackout curtain, shielding the exercise zone from prying eyes, Polish special forces from the JW Formosa unit conducted sea trials of the Havoc AI. This was no ordinary unmanned surface vehicle, it was a Baltic-adapted, jet-powered attack drone weighing 200 kilograms, built under the United States Autonomous Strike Fleet program. More than just a weapon, it was a lethal part of an integrated network, able to update targets in real time by communicating with Polish F-35A fighter jets stationed in Malbork. Imagine a Sturgushi-class corvette resting quietly at its Baltic port in Kaliningrad. The moment radar detects its signal, the Havoc AI receives orders, switch to silent mode, maneuver close to the waves to evade detection, and attack with razor precision before the Russian close-in weapon system can even react. Experts estimate the Russian defenses get only 7 to 8 seconds to spot the drone before it strikes. With an operational range of 400 kilometers, these drones could launch from coastal ramps, supported by low-power intelligence sensors dropped by -149 Australian dollars helicopters. This mesh of drones, aircraft, and sensors is redefining the rules of sea warfare along the Baltic frontier. Yet this breakthrough raises a chilling question: has the balance of power silently shifted beneath the waves? If such unmanned attack units can jack up Russia's defense costs and outsmart their sensors, what comes next in this high-stakes game of shadows and technology? The waters of the Baltic Sea have just become a deadly chessboard, and the next move could change everything. As the fuel crisis in Belarus spirals out of control, a palpable panic grips the nation. Gas stations are scenes of chaos, where long lines of anxious drivers form, each person feeling the weight of uncertainty. The once stable environment has crumbled, and citizens are left wondering if they will be able to fill their tanks even with the most minimal supply. This turmoil has prompted many Belarusians, especially the young and ambitious, to seek opportunities far from home, while others resort to desperate measures, risking everything to escape over borders. In just 2 years, estimates indicate that hundreds of thousands of Belarusian citizens have fled to Europe, driven by their frustrations with the oppressive regime. Recently, the number of attempts to cross into Poland and the Baltic states has surged. The desperation is palpable. Every illegal crossing reinforces the belief that leaving may be the only way to find safety and security. As asylum processes drag on, urgency mounts, casting a dark shadow over the nation's economic prospects. Yet, beneath this veneer of despair lies a more complicated narrative. A growing number of Belarusians are choosing to travel to Ukraine, defying the government's expectations. Volunteer groups are forming, rallying to support Ukrainian forces, particularly those surrounding the Kaluki regiment. This development poses a significant threat to the regime, intertwining the challenges of foreign and domestic security. The government now finds itself caught in a multifaceted struggle, confronting rising discontent over fuel shortages and quelling support for the foreign cause. With each passing day, the fabric of loyalty and dissent becomes increasingly frayed. The question of allegiance looms large: when the taps run dry, whose side will you choose? Trust in the regime is eroding, and the cracks in its foundation are becoming more visible as citizens face the harsh realities of survival in a nation teetering on the edge. The urgent cries for justice and the instinct for survival reverberate through the air, igniting a sense of revolution among the populace. In this turbulent atmosphere, sacrifices are made, and the regime's axe hangs precariously above its head. Each policy misstep chips away at its power. But as the fuel crisis escalates, one burning question remains: will this crisis signal the end of Lysenko's reign, or will it ignite a broader conflagration of resistance? Only time will unveil the answers hidden in the smoke of an uncertain future. The crisis deepens as fuel supplies dwindle, the tension is thick in the air. Open-source images, satellite data, and local footage reveal a troubling pattern: 2 key energy sites targeted within just 2 weeks. Is this mere coincidence, or is something more sinister at play? While the Kremlin battles its own fires, Minsk is left exposed. As flames consume Russian energy infrastructure, the Kremlin's instinct to shield its domestic interests puts Belarus in a precarious position. The stakes are rising. And the question lingers: who will be left standing when the dust settles? Previously, we explored how a quiet revolution in naval technology, quietly launched by Warsaw and Gdynia, is rewriting the rules of deterrence across vast regions, from the Baltic all the way to the Pacific. Now, the focus shifts to a small yet critical corner of Europe where old powers clash with relentless change. This is Kaliningrad, Russia's westernmost stronghold, trapped between NATO forces and a population slipping away like sand through fingers. Picture a city once vibrant with nearly 1.5 million inhabitants, now dwindling fast. Official numbers from 2022 put Kaliningrad's population at around 1.48 million, but by spring 2025, estimates shockingly plunged to just 920,000. Imagine losing a staggering 12% of your people in a few short years, mostly young men aged 20 to 40, vanishing silently from streets, workplaces, and homes. What has driven this mass disappearance? 2 brutal currents sweep through this enclave. First, when a surprise mobilization began in September 2022, countless reservists were thrust onto the front lines. Far from home, many never returned. Their service contracts ended, but their futures diverged, lost in war's fog and new, uncertain paths. Second, thousands fled westward, crossing borders into European Union nations like Lithuania and Poland. Trapped by thick political walls and mutual sanctions, these refugees now face exile, barred from returning even if longing for home consumes them. The human soundscape changes: fewer footsteps on Pavlov Street, quieter markets, and the cold absence of youth's energy. Inside Kaliningrad, the consequences ripple through every facet of life. A leaked report from late 2024 revealed a community teetering. Schools suffer from empty classrooms, hospitals groan under unprecedented staff shortages. Nurses stretch thin, teachers vanish, and the basic services that stitch society together fray dangerously. The city's lifeblood is thinning, its heart slowing. But why now? Wars transform nations, yet when that upheaval festers inside what feels to some like a prison without walls, the pain sharpens. Kaliningrad's shield isn't just breaking on battlefields but eroding within families, neighborhoods, and institutions. The hum of daily life fades. Shops once bustling echo with emptiness. This is more than statistics: it's a fracture of identity, a loss of hope, and a struggle for survival. As the world's eyes fixate on armored columns and soaring missiles, an invisible conflict unfolds beneath the surface, a desperate fight to keep a city alive while unseen forces pull it apart. How long can Kaliningrad endure before it quietly slips through the cracks? Is this the Kremlin's last bastion, holding firm, or the first domino to fall, silent yet catastrophic, redrawing the map in ways no strategist foresaw? The era when sheer military power alone dictated fate is fading fast. A new age rises, commanded by technology, data, and the resilience of people. The fate of strategic outposts like Kaliningrad will no longer be measured by tanks rolling or missiles launching, but by the currents of human movement, ideas, and fragile social bonds. What happens when the beating heart of a frontline slows? When pride and power escape without a single gunshot? The consequences may redefine Europe's future more quietly, but far more profoundly, than any war. This story barely begins here. The next twist may shatter every expectation and change everything you thought you knew. Stay with it. The silent unraveling of Kaliningrad is just one whisper in a much louder storm.